everybody. We're still here in Tintagel, second night at the hostel. Checked out the hostel, got all my stuff. So the bus stops right there. Bus don't come till like 10. I'm gonna go get some coffee. No surprise there. Go get some coffee and relax until the bus comes. Got a few things to tell you guys, few things going on, few developments. We're gonna be leaving the coast today. I'll talk more when we get to the coffee shop. Same one as yesterday. Time for some bigger cities. Although the next city I'm going to is not very big, only 7,000 people. It's probably about 7 times the size of this place. This is a nice little stay here. I enjoyed it. It was awesome. Saw the coolest thing I've ever seen in that cave I was in by the beach, Merlin's Cave. I'm gonna get some shoes today, hopefully, new shoes. I don't know how the traffic rules work in the UK. Spar, it's a great little shop, kind of like a UK version of 7-Eleven. Got the ATM there up front. Pretty dang thirsty. Should have drank some more water. Morning, guys. Big ups. Yeah, well, the picture was smoother. I had my selfie stick broke, so that loses a lot of stability. You go handheld. I got a little clip, so there's a little bit more on it, but it's basically handheld. I'll be looking to replace it soon when I get to urban area. Let's see. And they love their pasties, their pasties, whatever they're called here in Cornwall. It's like the main thing. It seems like they just eat a lot of this. Colombia is actually the exact same way. They eat a lot of these dough things with meat inside it. I can't remember what they're called in Colombia. I know they got empanadas. We know that. They got arepas, but there's something else. It's like a dough thing looks exactly the same. They eat a lot of those. That's what they eat a lot in Colombia. Same as here. It's not my favorite kinds of food. It's all right. Here, yeah. I got another rainbow. A lot of rainbows in this part of the world. One yesterday, another one today. A lot of rainbows. That mix of rain and sun all the time. I've seen a good 4 or 5 rainbows since I've been here. Another one. Hey, what's up, Wander Nirvana? Yeah, but empanada is one thing. There's another thing that's similar, but it's different. It's like a dough. Because empanadas a lot of times are corn based. There's another word for something. It's like a basically the same as a pasty. Is this coffee shop open? Hopefully. It was yesterday. I gotta catch the bus at 10. We're gonna go to another town. So there's where we were yesterday, Tintagel Castle. It's very cool. I walked down into this big cave. It goes clear through the other side of the mountain. But that time it was lower tide, so you could walk through it. Okay, the coffee shop is open. Let's go get some coffee. Looks like not a lot of customers today. Hi, good morning.
How are you?
Good. It's like the first one here again today.
Right. What can we get you?
Like two. Actually, you have like two pastries.
Yeah.
And one coffee.
To eat in?
Yeah.
What sort of pastries would you like?
The Danish.
Two Danish.
Two Danish lemon blueberry.
And coffee.
Americano.
A
Americano.
little bit cold milk or black.
A little bit cold milk. Do you just have one size, or do you have a bigger cup?
I can do it with a cup.
Sure.
There'll be more water. So
Like a double.
Americano is that one. That one's your latte.
What about like a paper cup here?
This one?
That one there. But like
Oh,
the
full
long
ones.
tail.
Yeah.
Just like
that
double the
one,
normal
which
cup.
we would do for indoors would be a mug. Still 2 shots,
Okay.
but yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Take that one?
I take that in the paper cup.
In a paper?
I don't want to like drinking coffee paper cups. I don't know why.
Okay, so. $9.60. Okay. Lovely. All right. What do you want?
Also, I'd like a glass of tap water.
Yeah, do you want ice?
No. All right, guys, we got 2 pastries here.
Hey.
Breakfast.
Yeah. There we are.
Pastry side of the game. I had 2 pretty good nights of sleep in a hostel.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, you talking?
Oh, I'm talking to the phone. Yeah, sorry. Here's a mess. Oh man, I had on here. I had 2 pretty good nights of sleep, but yeah, yesterday somebody joined us at the hostel. He was hiking. I think he was from Germany or something, but he started hiking from the north. Oh yeah, how's it going? He was hiking from Bood, which is 20 miles north of here. I was thinking to keep hiking north.
Morning.
I think I'm just gonna head back to Wadebridge because I gotta get. If I had shoes, I'd keep walking, but my shoes are messed up. Hey, he started in Views. He's going the opposite direction. He's headed south the way I came.
Yeah.
But he had big hiking sticks and everything, big walking sticks, proper shoes. My hair is a mess. I'm gonna get a. All right, thank you, George. All right, we got a mega cup here of coffee. I had her make me a double cup. Usually I buy 2 cups, so I just had her make me a double cup.
Her normal, I think, full. It's only me and Cal in it. I don't, unless hers. She is.
Breakfast. Mega cup of coffee. The bus leaves at 10. I gotta catch that bus. I got a little bit of time to kill though. Yeah, what I would do differently in the future is I would have better shoes. Use a tent instead of a bivy and tarp. Doesn't weigh much more. And have one walking stick, one hiking stick. It's really all the only thing different. But there's a complication with that, is that when you have the walking stick and the tent stakes, some of the tent stuff, you can't check in on a flight, or you can't carry on. You gotta check that stuff in. So I never like checking stuff in. You have to risk losing your bag completely. It's always a risk when you check stuff in. 2, there's more expense and hassle involved in your flight, so you have to wait in the baggage. Normally I never have to wait at the baggage. And a lot of the cheap airlines, they charge you to check in the bag nowadays. Like that flight from Dublin, I think they would charge me an extra $150 round trip had I checked in a bag. But, it might be worth all that, considering you actually have a real tent to sleep in. There's other downsides to tents too. I didn't even notice that.
Oh, that one didn't go through, sorry.
Oh, it didn't go through, did it?
No, we need to do that one again. It may have time. Stick there, look, transaction void.
Oh, okay.
Try again. It might, yes, I think that's what it probably was, and I wasn't paying attention. Okay, thank you.
You just get just got through next the fun stuff that matters, is it? Yeah, it's only one.
Yeah.
Bringing a bit of Play-Doh, scramble, inside. Who knows?
They can have all the bits, aren't we?
Yeah, I was thinking about last night. I was thinking of going to Bude. So it's about 20 miles up ahead. He said he did it 2 days. It's about 10 miles each day. And there's a town called Boscastle north of here, with some stuff to see, a witchcraft museum, and that town, Boscastle's like 5 miles. I could break the walk up into like 3 days. There is hotels. And Bude's a nice beach town. It's 20 miles north of here. That's where the German started. He was hiking in my hostel. It's a nice beach town with 10,000 people. So they'll have shops, they'll have shoe shops there. I'll just have to go another 20 miles with these shoes. That's the dilemma I'm thinking about. Or you catch the bus to Wadebridge at 10:15. The problem is, the further north you get, the more middle of nowhere you get for England. It's harder, it'd be hard to get out of Bude. After you leave Bude, the trail gets really remote. When you get into Devon and stuff, there's no villages or nothing for I think all the way from Bude to what's the name of the next town? I don't know. There's very little on that stretch, that coastal stretch. Minehead, all the way from Bude to Minehead, that stretch of the coast. There is a trail, but it's very remote. I'm not going to do that. But the one to Bude is it's a possibility. Wow, Pat Fisher with the $100 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pat. Holy cow. Thank you, Pat. Really appreciate that, man. That's cheers. Got pastries here. Yeah, that's not a name I've seen too often. I've seen some new people here. Yeah, thanks, Pat. Big ups. Hey, we got I Am India in the chat. What's up, Mintu? He's over in Delhi, India. Pastries here are very good. I had some yesterday. You see, they got the you got sweet pastries and you got like meat pastries here. Big ups, Pat. Thanks for that mega super chat, man. Cheers. Yeah, I saw Gabriel Traveler went to India. His 13th time. He went up to the mountains, looks like. I know I'm looking pretty rough. But I'll get cleaned up next town. There's only so much cleaning up you can do though. Like I had my socks and my clothes in the dryer. He let me use the dryer last night. They usually don't let guests use the dryer. I had the stuff hanging, but then it rained and my stuff got wet again. It took like 30, 40 minutes in the dryer. The socks still weren't dry. I Am Indian says you still have your 1,100 rupees. That's like $15. What to do? I Am Indian, just you helped me out a lot, man. That trip. Just keep it as a gift, as a super chat. Buy your family a nice meal or something with it. It's on me. How's the cut on the hand? It's okay, I think. Yeah, it's okay. My wrist is okay too. Pat Fisher says winter is better. Yeah, this is fall time. I think this is a good time to come to the UK. Winter would be worse. Winter would be colder and darker. Just in between. I'm thinking summer would be maybe too many people. It'd be the nicest weather, but all these little coastal towns and stuff would be packed. Beaches packed with tourists. Pat Fisher says he spent winter in Europe and enjoyed it. Yeah, you don't have to just come here in the summer. Avoid some of the crowds. We got Orchidelia's in Italy. She's touring around, live streaming. Traveling man spent 2 years in India. Wow. What made you spend 2 years in India? I know a lot of people do that. It's such a big country and you kind of just get it's very cheap too, so you can, it's not gonna break the bank, depending on what you're doing. You know, if you have some savings or you got some income. It must mean you really liked it there if you didn't want to leave. I did the same thing with Pattaya. I was like 2 years straight once. 2000 and beginning of 2006 to middle of 2008. Pretty much didn't leave, other than some other parts of Thailand. Steve Kennedy says a lot of rich Londoners buy second homes in Cornwall. There are some beautiful homes I've walked by. Nope, no gear changes yet. The first thing I got changed is my shoes. How was the duck? What it was like, he cooked it, then he took it. I think he's got like his own cottage inside the hostel, so he took it, his family and stuff, so he took it there. But he left us some duck. I had some, it was good. Am I coming to London? I'm not sure. 50-50. It's a great breakfast, man. It's the kind of stuff I eat for breakfast. Lemon, blueberry, tart, sweet, sour, sugary, nice bread, nice crust, a little bit of butter in the croissant. Delicious. Yeah, I had a Snickers in the UK already. Yeah, I wouldn't mind continuing on the trail, but with these shoes and stuff and lack of appropriate gear, I've had enough of the trail. I would like to make it to Butte, but another 20 miles. But there is a bus to Butte too, so the bus goes all the way up to, that's like the last big town, like Cornwall to the north. 10,000 people. So I could catch the bus back down south. Butte is actually, of the English cities, because it's considered a city, 10,000 people, it's the furthest away from a train station in all of England. It's like 33 miles from a train station. You have to go to, I forgot the name of the town to get to the train station. So Cornwall is not very well served by trains. They used to have a train line through there, but they closed it in 1966 as part of budget cuts. National service. Was I guess a lot of business. With all the tourism here and stuff, you might consider reopening it. That'll help. I think most people here, they just get here and get around by cars now. But, you know, the roads, as this place continues to grow, the roads are very minimal and narrow. They probably have big traffic jams in the summer. Actually, I was talking to a lady back in Port Isaac. She said that she doesn't even try to drive in the summer. It's just like traffic jams galore. Yeah, Wonder Nirvana has a new channel called Solo Loco. It's it's a little more wild, confused with this more wild channel. His main channel is more for you be on the safe side with YouTube. But Solo Loco is where he puts his more edgy content and live streams in the future. So yeah, subscribe to Solo Loco. That's Wonder Nirvana's second channel. Hey, the duck was fine last night. It's good. Yeah, if you're from London and you want to come here, I'd recommend a fly to Newquay. And then take it, just ride the bus and stuff. Or walk like I did. Yeah, I might go through Devon, but it's going to be through train this time, not walking there. So I need or by bus. Need to get to a major city. We start getting on the trains. I did buy a t-shirt yesterday. It was a Tintagel t-shirt with the Excalibur sword. Looks pretty cool. I have people all over the UK wanting to give me rides and shelter. And it's just, if I was here for a longer trip, I'd be able to. A lot of people want to meet up. BB Bolte says he can give me a free ride in Devon. Awesome, man. I got an old friend in Bristol. I remember his name now. I remember if you're watching, I remember your name. He's probably not watching, but he used to hang out. Four friends. FBI guy was one of them. Bataya. He was from Bristol, UK, I remember. Hang out, drinking together. Looking real rough. My glasses on, maybe I look better. Glasses do seem to help. Rio's in Newquay. I'm sure Rio's made new friends since that live stream. He has a lot of admirers. He said people were approaching him on the street, that unusual. Like approaching them and they're waving in their cars and stuff at him. Yeah, Bob Bus is actually in Pattaya right now. Left a message the other day, hanging out. I started streaming about 4 years ago, August 2019. So all the CX bar streams were like 2019, right before the pandemic. I left in December, right before Christmas, back to America, and I was getting ready to travel right away, but I could have left sooner. Kind of glad I didn't, because I would have been stuck somewhere during the pandemic. If I was gonna leave, had to help out some family members with stuff. So I left in March to Colombia, and that's when the pandemic broke out. That was pretty screwed me up pretty good as far as with the my plans. So I was still getting views on my old channel back then. Maybe too much time has passed, or I can't. That channel's kind of died out. I got hit with a lot of, but a lot of people were affected by that negatively. I was far from the only one. A lot of people affected a lot worse. Sean's 3 company started in 2017, end of 2017, and 2018. His first vlog was October 2017. Mine was January 2007. He was becoming really popular for my videos, and I encouraged him to start vlogging himself. That's when he started. He was in a lot of my videos. My channel was doing really well at that time too, so a couple of his Three's company vlogs he had to take down because of copyright. So yeah, because he was using music from like the internet, like commercial music. He thought you'd get away with it. I told him don't do that. YouTube's gonna get you. He used a Lion King song from Disney. He had a couple of his best vlogs took him down. Sean's never really been with me. They're just friends. They've always been friends. They've never been a couple. No, he wasn't. That's the opposite of simping. It's like women spend time with you and do stuff, and all he did was cook food for him. Sometimes get a dinner together, give her taxi money. So basically, that's the opposite of simping. But May kind of come and went as she pleased. So they weren't a couple, but sometimes she would be in Pattaya and she wanted a place to stay and a hot meal. She knew where to go. So she kind of looked at Sean as like a stability figure, He was also a stability figure for me sometimes when I was in Pattaya. But Sean's a top dude. It wasn't a service. That's just what Sean likes to do. He likes to cook. He likes to cook for anybody. Any guest, any friend, anybody comes over. He enjoys cooking for himself and for other people. So. Yeah, Sean's a great friend. Like, I'm not struggling like I used to, but there's times, a lot of times I visit Pattaya on a trip from Japan, very thin bankroll and stuff. Not that I ever needed too much help from Sean, but there's a few times I borrowed a couple $100 from him and stuff, $200-300, or I was in a jam or he helped me out with something. But just a very good friend to have in Pattaya. Most of your friends you meet in cities like Pattaya, they come and go. So they're there for a few months or 6 months or something, but then they're never there again, or they come very occasionally. He's always in Pattaya, so whenever I go to Pattaya, he's always there. He's been there the last like 13 years. So that's his home. It's hard to make long-term friends in places like, you know, in these places full of digital nomads and people move around, retirees and tourists. There's not like a stable community. You know. Do you wish you ever stayed behind the camera? Well, there was some, maybe, because what I'm doing now is very different from what I used to do with the videos. So maybe it kind of, what I do now has an audience, people like it. It's like armchair tourism. It's like hanging out with a virtual friend kind of. People like it. I like watching live streams too. But it's very different than what I used to do. And what I'm doing now might kind of destroyed the mystique and magic of what my videos used to be that got people interested in them in the first place. That's gone now. Maybe that's gone. So people just, it's like, just some, whether I'm in front of the camera or behind, the best thing is probably just to go in front of the camera and be like everybody else, instead of trying to go back to my old style. That's lost. But the old style had a lot of people like very curious, like who is this guy? They're just they wanted to watch. They're interested. They're curious. Now they know all about me. They know exactly what I look like. There's been a million troll videos done about me. There's, you know, that could have hurt my old channel too. People see. It was all very mysterious before. People like that. People like. I had a good run going, but there's people doing really well being in front of the camera vlogging. But that's how most people do it. Travel vlogging. Maybe I try doing that in the future. Just be partially in front of the camera. Mad Max says, but you know, I like both. Like they both have. I like IRL. And I like. I still like videos and making videos and using cameras. Yeah, Luis Cabo's still around. Still around. He stops in once in a while. I don't think he watches as much live streaming as he did during the pandemic. That's true for a lot of people. He's just busy with life. Go to London and yeah, maybe. I like to see some more cities. I've just been in the countryside and small villages. It's just cool, but I see some other places. But here's the other thing. If I did go back to the anonymous kind of, it's not really anonymous because I'm still using my voice. And, you know, I wasn't completely anonymous, or you don't even talk to the completely anonymous channels. Don't even talk. You know, there's a lot of those. They just walk down the street, or they film something like food, or at most they use text. I could go back to my old style. I just maybe have to like maybe 6 months straight really grind it out, like 5 vlogs a week, almost every day. Just pump out the videos, and it can maybe acquire a new audience. You know, there's billions of people. There's tens of millions. So yeah, maybe the old audience. Some of the old audience will still watch, but maybe I lost some of the old audience. But could be a new audience. You know, I don't know, but I'm doing pretty good with the live streaming. So I don't know if I can switch to vlogging right now. I think I would switch to vlogging if I was living in Pattaya, because then, like, you know, my expenses are low, and I just relax, focus on making some nice videos. But see, if I travel vlog, I have a lot of expenses. It could take a long time to rebuild that channel. Hey, Uncle Frank, big ups, man. It's 5 Canadians. CC, you were the first YouTuber I subscribed to in 2018. Then I subscribed to Sean. Hey, cheers, man. Thank you, Uncle Frank. Big ups, Frank. Cheers. if I went into the hardcore into the hiking vlogging community, doing that around the world, like not a lot of people knew about this trail. You know, there's this German guy I met at the hostel. He stayed in the hostel with me. You know, some people find out about it, but there's trails like that all over the world. You know, you just go hike these trails, camp, see these little towns, and see these different culture. That would be, I think, an okay vlog would be cool. I don't know if it'd be successful. Yeah, to be successful on YouTube, you need millions of views. It's not easy. Hey, there's a hiker. Hey man, how's it going? I'm just getting ready to leave. He's hiking. He's in the hostel. He's got proper equipment.
Good morning.
Yes, we share the hostel room together. We have a fake Ben in the chat.
Just give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, he has proper equipment. Yeah, that was a fake Ben. He just got hit by a mod. Gonna head to Wadebridge to catch the bus, I think. Yes. No more of the trail for me. I'm gonna try to get to Devon. And then from there to maybe London, I guess. London or Bristol, one of the two. You think Rio might be a sleeper agent,
And if
eh?
you want the very small or the medium, large, medium,
Yeah,
small.
I think
Was I doing exercise back home?
what's the value of it in there?
Yeah, I was doing a lot of exercise, but like weightlifting.
Ah, okay.
Potato, Sweden, onion.
Weightlifting doesn't help you much.
Vegetable,
That doesn't help you much on this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I was doing some leg exercises too. That probably helped a bit, like calf raises and squats. It helps some probably. Bus leaves in 35 minutes, so we gotta get the bus pretty soon.
yeah. Anything else?
And Sweden.
Chocolate on the top?
Yeah.
Jimmy James says, give Bristol a miss. Yeah, maybe I'll make it in London, probably. When am I coming to Canada? Canada is really expensive to travel. I like to go to Montreal, Quebec.
There's your food.
Yeah.
Hey man, I have a question for you. Do you do any camping on this trail or
No, I plan to, but there are no campsites actually, I think, running, so that's why I decided against it.
You stealth camp? You get stealth camp. Stealth camp. That means kind of like nobody knows you're camping.
Yeah, but that wasn't for me. No.
Yeah. I hear you. I camped one night. It wasn't too good, but
Yeah.
well, actually, the one night was good, but the second night wasn't good. Are you trying to make it to Padstow today?
No, just to Fort Isaac.
Oh, for Isaac, yeah. Okay, that's
tomorrow for Padstow.
yeah,
It's
that's-
just 4 5 hours or so.
It's a very strenuous.
Yeah, I read
It's
that.
it's
Yeah.
like the most ups and downs of the whole trail I've seen.
Yeah.
How was it to Butte? Was that a lot of ups and downs or just a few?
As well, yeah.
It's very tough. Okay.
Yesterday was quite tough, but it was okay. Today I will see. The weather's okay.
It starts out pretty easy.
Yeah.
Then you're gonna hit a little port town. After that, it's just endless ups and downs.
It's just 12 kilometers, so I don't know, 9 miles.
It's not too bad. You'll probably be able to do it in five hours or something. 5, 6 hours. Hey, we got a fake GHB in the chat. Real GHB is the moderator. All right, guys, I'm gonna get going. I think bus leaves. I was thinking about doing it, but I need to get new shoes. So I don't want to do any more miles on the trail. It's like you have a pasty and a cake. That'd be good. A lot of calories.
Yeah,
I feel like.
that's what I need.
There you go.
Thanks for those. And you're going back now, or where you going now?
I'm gonna catch a bus to Wadebridge, and then I'm gonna. I do a lot of live streaming. That's how I make kind of travels, money to travel.
Okay.
So I'm gonna head to some cities and stuff, like maybe to Devon. I'm not gonna be hiking as much. Some cities for now.
On YouTube? Or...
Yeah, YouTube. My YouTube name is called Lily Blue.
Say again?
Lily Blue.
Really group?
Yeah, it's just live streams. So I just chat and it's like virtual travel with people. I did some hiking, but now I'm gonna switch up to maybe more cities. I'm gonna maybe go to London and other stuff. So Liverpool maybe, and then Dublin, and then back to America.
You're from America, yeah?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Ohio.
Oh, nice.
I walked last year. I walked across my state, Ohio, like 350 miles. But there we have like bike trails, so it's not. This is much more challenging scenery. It's,
Okay.
it's more beautiful and more challenging.
Nice.
All right, man. See you. Take care.
See ya.
All right. Oh, I got my glasses. I've been forgetting stuff everywhere. I forgot my glasses. Yep.
Yeah.
I've had this problem forgetting stuff. Bye. Thank you for the coffee and stuff.
Have a good day.
Yeah, he was one of my hostel mates, and we had another guy who was kayaking. He left this morning. He was there for a couple days. Another guy is a British guy who was kayaking on the coastline. He had a car with a kayak. It's very tough kayak. Dude, but shit, man, I really would like to do that. I don't know. I just think I should. I shouldn't. I was really taking a chance being on that trail with these shoes. I was sliding a lot, slipping and sliding. I was taking a chance. I had already a bad incident, a bad fall. Especially if it's going down, up and down hills again. I think I might come back some other day. I'd like to, because actually I didn't know the trail actually goes all the way to Land's End. It goes to the south. So there's a whole lot of trail to do, so maybe I'll come back another time, do more trails. But I got my fill, I think, of the trails. Look at the power bank. I got my fill of the. If I had like proper gear, like shoes and a tent, I would maybe consider to keep. I would keep going, but not without the gear I have. Not the gear I have. These are good shoes for like running on pavement, for hiking on pavement, but not for this trail. This trail is you need a dedicated hiking shoes. It's very specific. You need with a grip, you know. All right, we gotta go catch this bus. At least I'm gonna be near it because this bus only comes every 2 hours, so take any chances. I would show you the street, but we got a sun in front of us here. Is the hiker? I don't know. I meant to ask him where he was from. I think he kind of sounded German, but German could be a lot of places. It could be Swiss. It could be Austria because they're German as well. So I meant to ask him. I mean, they're German and not in culture and language, not nationality. You know, the main problem is not so much the protection from the cold. It's this trail goes up and down inclines, and a lot of it's very muddy and stuff. And you need grip. These shoes have no grip. I don't mind them getting wet and stuff, but I can't be slipping and sliding on that trail like I was. I mean, I did a lot of it anyways, but I don't want to do any more in these shoes. And this trail can be very treacherous too. You know, like there's been times where there's a cliff drop like 1 foot away from the trail. You know, if you slide on mud, you're a goner at that point, you know. And sometimes you don't know when you're gonna slide and slip. I've only had maybe 4 falls and they're all mild. But there's a chance with these shoes, you know, I could have a catastrophic fall. So it wasn't likely because like there weren't many points in the trail. Like even if you fell, you're not gonna fall off a cliff, you're gonna fall in some bushes or something, you know. But there were a few spots, there were some spots here and there. I don't know what's up ahead. It could be more up ahead, that kind of stuff. So, see, he had these big walking sticks. So he had proper shoes and these giant walking sticks, you know, to grip the ground. I had neither. That's kind of. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the trail. It's time to move on. I said it's the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen. This whole landscape, countryside, the beaches. It's been an amazing experience. Okay, we got, should I get something at the store for the trip? I think we'll wait to get to Wadebridge. Are there any big UK vloggers I'd like to meet? One guy I follow is Charles Veach. He's one of the few that I know. That's really about it that I know. Trout head with the 20 Aussies. Thank you, Trout. Big ups, man. There's a lot of hiking, camping British vloggers. Oh, there's a really good dude. I can't remember his name. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Big ups, Trout. Thank you very much. Thanks for the 20 Aussies. Nice super chats this morning. We got there's a bus that says Tintagel. You guys can't see it for some reason, but it says 9:38. I wonder where that bus goes. My bus doesn't leave till 34 minutes. I have a lot of time. Big ups, Trout. Thanks very much. Yeah, the glasses I bought in Colombia are holding up well. Although you never know with these plastic, they could break any day. You could get a mega bus from Plymouth to London for £5. Yeah, that would be good, but actually just to get to Plymouth from here is not easy. So I'm not sure I'm going to get to Plymouth. And I like to see Exeter. I like to just see some random cities. I don't want to just go to London. See some random cities. Yeah, big ups, Trout. Thanks very much. Brighton. I actually wouldn't mind going to Brighton. That's where Baldwin Bankrupt's from. It sounds like an interesting city on the coast. What do you guys think about Brighton? As far as the cities to visit. Or is it, give it a miss? Yeah, there's actually some British vloggers doing some kind of like Baldwin Bankrupt style content in the UK. There's a guy with 35,000 subs. He's doing pretty good. He talks to a lot of homeless people on the streets and stuff, and he goes to depressed towns. He's from the UK though. You know, this is his. I could do the same thing in America. There's plenty of that in America. We have plenty of depressed towns. Plenty of. The problem is, like, America's tough for me to get around. I don't have a car, so it's actually probably better for me to travel, try to do stuff in America. We got some dark storm clouds. Bill West says you might get harassed by chavs in the bigger cities because of camera. Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, it's possible, but you never know. Actually, getting harassed for the camera type situation is very rare. Like, because I've done a ton of streaming. It's like extremely rare situation. But yeah. Let me get something to drink here. Actually kind of hungry still. Get a sandwich or something. Hey, you got the same shoes, Hoka one. Are you on the trail?
Oh, no,
Running? Okay. Yeah, I'm having a problem with the shoes on the trail. It's just, I've had them for a while, but they slide too much. There's a lot of mud, and
Oh, okay.
But they're good for the road.
Just on the road.
Oh, and the road. Yeah, they're great for the road.
Now.
All right, cheers.
Have fun.
I had Hoko once too. Yeah, these shoes are good for road running. Like what I was doing in Ohio, that's like paved. That was all paved bike paths, mostly paved. But yeah, this stuff's intense out here. This trail I did, it's like a ditch. It's like a muddy ditch you're walking through, and then going up and down hills. It's fun, but yeah. Let's go up here to the spa and get something. Oh man, I didn't see this guy's tour of King Arthur. He's closed now. I told him I'd come back, damn it. He gets plenty of people. He gets hundreds of people a day probably giving tours, so. I really wanted to live stream it, but I couldn't live stream it in the building. Actually, these shoes are very comfortable on pavement. I mean, if they didn't have mildew, I just cleaned them up. If I could get the mildew out, maybe I'll just keep the shoes because I'm only going to be on pavement from now on. I'm not going like on any dirt trails anymore, mountain trails. So maybe I just, I still like these shoes. They're actually really expensive. Maybe I'll try to clean them up again. Some hot water, some soap. See how they go. So when you walk on the road, I mean, it's great. Sidewalks, road. Just not good for that trail. But the other problem they have is they smell very bad. That's another reason I need to get rid of them. They got, on us camping and stuff, they didn't dry out for like 3-4 days, and they just mildew set in. So. Yeah, well, I tried cleaning them, but I couldn't get the mildew out completely, and two, I couldn't dry them. It's not easy to dry them. Got an egg sandwich. I'm gonna go eat at the bus stop. It's starting to rain. Oh, look at that rainbow behind us. I actually wouldn't mind going to Glasgow. Spending a few days in Glasgow. Maybe I look for a cheap flight or something. Go to London. Then I'll miss Liverpool if I go to Glasgow. So I go one or the other. Glasgow is a legendary city in our community. Very, very famous. Yeah, I've always wanted to see London. That's one I could scratch off my list. And the shelter is getting full. A lot of people waiting. Bus must be coming soon. You guys waiting for the bus to Wadebridge?
We're going for the one to Moscow actually.
Oh, Boscastle, that's the other direction.
On the other side of the road.
Other side of the road's Wadebridge?
That way.
Oh, that way, okay.
We're on the, who's on the wrong side? That's all.
It's us.
We're on the wrong side.
Oh,
Good job you spoke to. Good job you spoke to you. Mind you.
So our bus doesn't come for another 20 minutes. We can find somewhere to eat this. Find a shelter. I'll just eat it here. Yeah, wrist still kind of hurts, like when I grab the backpack and stuff. So that was maybe a light sprain. Nothing major, but still not recovered yet. Oh man, my rain jacket got prickly prickers. I got an egg sandwich with sprouts and wheat bread. And a San Pellegrino orange soda. Here's sheep. You guys hear that sheep? I don't know where it could be. This is a parking lot. Must be. It's like just houses back there. Huh. Where that sheep could have been. It's another reason I didn't want to go hiking next few days, because it might be raining a lot next few days. I got pretty lucky with the weather, my hikes. Yeah, it's a bland sandwich. The bread's good, like the wheat bread. It's quality. Just an egg sandwich with some nice bread. Yeah, I gotta say the sandwich is so-so. My impression so far. I think maybe France does a better sandwich. America too. But I gotta try more sandwiches. But a lot of them are kind of bland. It's just, they had like just cheese, lettuce, and wheat bread. just a basic cheese sandwich, you know. They call it the plowman sandwich, but to me that's like basically insufficient sandwich. I need to have a few different kinds of meat on there. Throw some salami and ham on there, plus the cheese. Then you got a sandwich. Yeah. Man, it's raining. Raining and cold. Got the hardware shop here. We got yeah, Italy has some Italy has like a lot of toasty type sandwiches, like they're called panini. I think France has, America has good sandwiches too. We have France and America have the best sandwiches. America has a lot of different types of sandwiches, like anything you think of, you know, from the Philly cheesesteak to the hoagie to the, you know, the Chicago Italian sausage sandwich. And we got corned beef sandwiches. There's just anything you think of. We got a wide variety. Like we took the sandwich culture of every country, whether Irish, German, French, incorporated that. So we got like, not to brag, but I'm just saying America has a wide variety of sandwiches. But a lot of that stuff's regional, so you don't get that in every part of the country. So, like, what you might get in Philadelphia, you're not going to get in Chicago and vice versa. All the New York delis, New York deli sandwiches, pastrami's, and different stuff there. Yeah, America's big on sandwiches. We love sandwiches. But France has great sandwiches too because they got the baguettes. They make really good sandwiches out of them. Hey, what's up, W? Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm not we're just going to another town. I don't know, it's kind of cold and rainy. We're gonna go there one night. Try to find some new shoes maybe. Or at least get cleaned up. Yeah, Italy has pretty good sandwiches too. I'm not saying, yeah. A lot of these countries I haven't been to in such a long time though, so I don't remember it that well. There's a bus coming. This is to Bude. That's opposite direction. Bus is going to Bude. That's a stop for Bude. That's up north. So we're going south. So there's all those people waiting for Bude. They're very dog friendly here in the UK, so they bring their dogs on buses and into cafes. I think that's pretty cool. Most countries aren't like that. Jonathan North has content when he tries. Sometimes he doesn't seem he really want to try. Like he was trying, he was going on those dates in Latin America. He was doing dating live streaming. But I think he got just kind of disillusioned with it, so he uses it for his own amusement now. Live streaming is just for his own amusement, chat. But I like Jonathan's channel. I go to his streams. Shout out Jonathan North. He has a real a job, a business. So you know, it's just for him. It's for his amusement. He's not too. It's a hobby. He's not too concerned about making a living off of live streaming or something. You know. Yeah, he has a lot of stuff to keep him busy. Where's Camel Ford? This place, the bus is coming in 6 minutes. My hands are cold. I said Wadebridge and Camel Ford. I never heard of that town. Camel Ford. Leaves in 6 minutes. There's the bus stop here. Yeah, let's see what they have in Wadebridge. We'll go do some shopping there. I haven't seen any thrift stores yet in the UK, but it's going to be a 1 hour long bus ride. So just a quick heads up, maybe not the most exciting stream. Should probably be looking out the window if I'm lucky to get a window seat. If I don't get a window seat, I'll be kind of screwed. Might have to just close the stream or something until I get to the next town. I like to keep it going though. The bus is coming from this direction. Halloween's coming up. Wonder where I'll be on Halloween night. Here's the bus. Bus is coming. Get my money ready. I believe it's 4 pounds. Bus side of the game. Here we go. Yes, we get a window seat.
I know, but they haven't. Have they not? They're not out. No, that is right, because, yes. I've had to buy old ones. Right,
And
okay.
they don't come out for 2 months. The paper ones.
Yeah, okay.
Do you take cash?
Hello. Yeah, I saw it on the
Wadebridge?
news.
Single?
Yes,
That's what I see.
£2. Very, very fair price.
It's all subsidised at the minute.
What is it, 1 year?
Cheap for the next few months.
Cool. Thanks. Where's the stop after Wadebridge? Where you head to? Just Wadebridge last stop? Okay. Thanks. So we're going to
Not that I
Wadebridge.
don't, you know, because I am absolutely full of
£2, not bad. £2. Sit in the back of the bus. What should I sit here? Sit in the back. I'd like to see that head. Excuse me, sir.
I'll come back here and just see. Don't go back in the summer. And I think I'll still.
We're going to a town called Wadebridge. There we can do some shopping and maybe replace our shoes. Not much of a view out the window. This see something. I don't know what this is, but it's not much of a view. I haven't seen much of the interior of the Cornwall. Just seen the coast. So we're gonna see some of the interior. And I might walk from Wadebridge to Bodmin tomorrow on the bike trail and the camel trail. Yes, that's not a far walk, maybe 6-7 miles. But and then from Bodmin, maybe I take a bus to a more populated part of the UK, to Devon or something. see out there right now is a hedge along the road. Be careful, yeah, I don't want to get covered in eggs. It's not good. Having a tough time staying clean and dry as it is. Weather days, not bad. Looks like we're back for the moment. See how long it lasts. I don't think it's a very long ride. Somebody said 30 minutes in the chat. We've already done 10 or 20 minutes. It's a town called Wadebridge, still in Cornwall, but it's off the coast. We got some traffic here. Am I going to venture into Wales at all? Probably not this trip. I have about, this is like day 9. I only have a couple weeks left. I don't have a lot of time left. Plus I'm going to be visiting Ireland for at least a few days. Enough time. Well, once you get out of the coast, this kind of looks like the Midwest a little bit. The landscape, not quite the same, but feels like being in. Kind of looks like Ohio actually. Some parts of it. Once you get off the coast. I didn't really want to go right back to Latin America, and I don't want to go to Asia yet. I was like, it was either here or somewhere in America. And like, I was thinking about the Texas border. They wanted $1,000. Only 450 round trip. Like, let's just go check out the UK. I knew it would be expensive when I got here. The hotels haven't been too bad. The food, mainly the food's really expensive in the UK. I guess they have to import a lot of their own food, and food's very expensive. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not flying to Dallas or Houston. Wanted to fly the Texas border. You see, Dallas and Houston are very far from the Texas border. So is Austin. So I wanted to fly to these towns called either McAllen or Brownsville, or there was some other one. I was even looking at Corpus Christi. Because Corpus Christi isn't right by the border; it's on the beach. Well, it's not far. It's like maybe 100 miles. I figured I could try to hitchhike. I went to Corpus Christi, but all three of those places were $1,000. Now there was one other place called El Paso. That I could have gone there for like 500 round trip, which is still more than coming here. The problem with El Paso is it's way, excuse me, it's very far from, I think, where the action is. It's way on the other side of the state. That border is 1,500 miles long or something. It's crazy long. Just the Texas-Mexico border, not including the other states. Paso's at the very end. So going to McAllen or Brownsville, which is right on the border, probably close to the action, it's just way too expensive. Yeah, I didn't really want to go to Corpus Christi, but I would have maybe settled if it was a reasonable flight, like $200-300. I just wanted to kind of do some like journalism, by going down the border myself. Gonzo journalism. It was $1,000. I looked. Cleveland to McAllen. It's not, McAllen and Brownsville aren't big airports. They're very small airports. So they're right on the border. They're mostly Mexican American cities. They're very Hispanic, Latino. They're just small cities. Right on the Texas border. Do they not have buses in American land? Pretty much they don't. We saw that with just in Ohio, which is the most densely populated states in the country. There's no public transportation. All they got is Greyhound, and that's like rolling the dice. Doesn't work too good. That you pretty much, if you need to go somewhere, you got to fly right there, unless you have your own transportation, or you can rent a car. America, there's vast distances. One, like here, you can almost walk from place to place. That's what I've been doing. There's vast distances and no public transit, so you're kind of screwed if you don't have a car of some sort. Trying to travel around there. If you just want to stick to like the Northeast, like Boston, New York, then you're fine. There's trains. Yeah. But you're getting out to other states and stuff. It's not good. Okay, we're making a stop here. Little village is coming up on. The walking place to place has been great. It's been an amazing experience. Probably the highlight of the trip. We've seen some of the most beautiful scenery in the world, man. now we're moving on. We're gonna be seeing some more urban areas and more, maybe ride some trains, buses. I think it was food for thought. Nice cop. You know what it is? I think I can't even see Coco Rose messages. It's possible on YouTube you can get hidden, but be unblocked. So like he can leave messages in the chat, but I can't see them. So at some point I must have like hit him, but then unblocked him. So it's like he's in like a. You guys can see his messages, but I can't. I haven't seen a single message from him since I've been streaming this trip. And people keep talking about him. What time is this? I can't even see his messages. Yeah, I think he said something really abusive once in somebody else's chat to me, so that I kind of like hit him, so that I can't see his messages. But he's not banned from this channel from leaving comments. So that's how it's kind of like a limbo. That's what happened. There's a few people that's happened in the past. I'm gonna walk to Bodmin tomorrow, so probably walk there, or maybe I'll walk there today. Who knows? We got a lot of time. We got a lot of time to do stuff. If the weather's not bad, I can walk there. What's up, Patrick McGill, headed to Wadebridge, Cornwall. Yeah, you guys know more than I know. He's not banned from his chat, so he can post messages. I won't be able to see him, anything he posts. There's no mechanism on YouTube to remove that. Like once you hit somebody, you can't get that off. Road closed for carnival. Yeah, so first we're headed to Wadebridge and maybe Bodmin. And then tomorrow probably catch a train or bus to another, maybe to Devon. Ah, that's it. Yeah, through your Google account. Yeah, see, you know more than me. I don't know. There's like two separate things, two separate types of bans. There's one for your channel, and there's one for your like Google account or something. We're passing through Hellstone right now, a town called Hellstone. I just saw a sign. It said Hellstone. So you look that up on the maps, see where we're at. Whoever this David is, I've never seen him. He's trying to drag me into YouTube politics. I don't have a beef with anybody on YouTube, David. If anybody misbehaves in my channel, then they get timed out or banned. But so far, no problems. Bodmin jail is 25 pounds to enter. It was a nightclub. Yeah, that's kind of expensive for a tourist site. I paid 20 pounds yesterday for that castle. Tintagel says there's a camping shop called Country Rise. Go check it out. It's hard to find, like, a lot of the gear I buy. It's very specialty. You can only buy from like one business that sells it online. A lot of the mass-produced stuff is not that good. Like, what's that French store? They sell a lot of camping stuff. None of that stuff's very good. You might find one or two useful things in it, a few useful things, but their tents and stuff, it's not very good. It's heavy, and stuff I get is very specific, made from exotic materials. Like the ultralight tents are made from Dyneema composite. The Dyneema fabric is very expensive. It's very strong and very lightweight, like steel almost. It's just only cottage manufacturers make this stuff. You won't find it in a store, commercial store. Okay, we got some nice little houses here. Nice row houses. Well, my trainers actually brought in Central Mall. Not everything is exotic, but some of it is. My trainers I brought Central Mall in Tintagel. So. There's the bus stop. Like the people that are really into this hiking, like for months and months, they're really obsessive about weight, getting the weight down. And then they'll pay extra money, you know, hundreds of dollars extra sometimes, just to do that. So they have like, say, an 8-pound backpack instead of a 15-pound backpack. Minus food and water, just the base weight. So they're very particular about it. I kind of agree with a lot of their stuff. So if I'm going to do this in the future, I would go that route. You can be very selective about what you buy. Because I just got this little backpack, and that's all I have. It's got to carry clothes, camping equipment, electronics, and sometimes I need food and water too. I got to carry extra food and water. So. Yeah, ultralight. Some people even get down to 5-pound backpack, which is pretty crazy. Anything under 10 pounds is considered ultralight. The other good thing about Dyneema fabric is it's very waterproof, water resistant. You know, that bivvy, when I was trying to camp on the wet ground, it just kind of soaking up the water like a sponge. It's not the best material. You get a Dyneema tent, a Dyneema backpack, you're pretty much waterproof. And you get a good rain jacket. But yeah, Dyneema's not cheap. Dyneema stuff is not cheap. If you guys want to, you're interested in this topic, you can search ultralight through hiking on YouTube. Just search that term. A lot of stuff will come up. Or go to ultralight Reddit, 600,000 members. So there's an ultralight forum on Reddit called just ultralight. Search ultralight Reddit on Google. They'll bring it up. There's a ton of information there, but it'd be a better place to start would be YouTube. Yeah, this is a pretty long bus ride. Probably be getting pretty close now. Hey, Ernest Connell, big ups, man. Thanks, Ernest. Cheers, Ernest. Thank you very much. Am I done with hiking? No, not at all. I love hiking. The camping I don't love so much. The hiking I love. Saw that guy at the coffee shop. He's hiking, but he's not even camping. He's just staying in hotels along the way because he doesn't want to stealth camp. He said camping is its own separate thing. It can be a challenge. I think I might walk to Bodmin today. They're based in the UK. They're pretty good. Recommend back to like the most customized color or whatever. Yeah. But they're ultralight color or whatever. Yeah. But they're ultralight backpacks. Atom backpacks, basically. That's the only UK company I can think of. Ultralight tents, ultralight backpacks. They use Dyneema and everything. They got other stuff too. There's what else is there? There's Z-Packs. There's mountain. What's it called? Hyperlight mountain gear. They're getting pretty big. You got good backpacks, good tents. Hyperlight, Z-Packs. And there's other like specialty companies. Like there's companies that just make blankets. Companies that just make this or that. Very specialty companies. I think I'd like to get like a Hyperlight backpack and a Z-Packs tent. Z-Packs has the lightest tents in the market. I think Hyperlight has the best backpack. I got the blanket. It's good. Good on the blanket. That's another key piece of equipment. Pretty much got everything else. Just shoes, maybe upgrade my backpack and maybe a tent. And we got a situation here. Got a car backing up. There's not enough space for two vehicles to pass. Yeah, the good thing about London is I get to stay in hostels, so they're pretty cheap. Cut our expenses down. Ironically, by going to London, we cut our expenses down. Masturbate though, or I can't even say your name, dude. You're just a troll. I can't even say your name. You got a troll name. I said that all out. You're so it was $1,000 when I was searching. I see you got a stupid troll name. Can't even say your name. But it was $1,000 to McAllen, Brownsville. Come back with a better name. Maybe we're gonna ban you. Thomas Hardy says yes, 1,000 is correct. So he's coming up with the same thing. Yeah, I didn't mean to say it. I was just reading his name. I didn't realize it till afterwards. So they do that for a reason. They do that for that reason. Exactly that reason. Yeah, but London has 20-pound hostels. That's very cheap. Just being in London is the only expenses I've had this trip is food and drink, and hotel. Those are the two big expenses. Transportation has been minimal. Nothing almost. I get my hotels way down, but the hostels, it's just food and drink I got to worry about. See, some of these other cities like Bristol and stuff, they don't have a lot of hostels. Birmingham, I would like to go there, but London could be the cheaper option. Icebreaker, I haven't seen anything offensive by you. I don't know. I don't think so, icebreaker. Not that I've seen. Yeah, maybe I'll visit Liverpool as well. Both cities. We'll see. Lino says, I lived in London all my life, only moved last year. It's a different world. Cheap hostels are for the homeless. You'll get robbed. There's still a vibrant backpacking culture, especially in Europe. So there's people that stay at these hostels. Yeah, Liverpool was the main importation of the Industrial Revolution. London was the key for most things, but not for cotton. That went to Liverpool, and then to Lancashire and Manchester, where it was all turned into clothes. Yeah, Liverpool has a lot of history. London's always been the main port, but Liverpool was like the second. And for cotton, it was number one. Vincent, these days they don't have many hostels in the USA, very few. Just in some of the big cities. They're very expensive. Hostel concept never caught on in America. It started in Europe, spread to Asia, where backpackers go and stuff, India, but never caught on in America. It's pretty popular in South America, Mexico. A lot of hostels there.
This is the first pepper. But the next one. No, not here, sorry.
Why is it named Liverpool? I don't know. That one. Yeah, USA is just not really set up for kind of backpacking travel. If you want to do road trips, it's okay because you can stay in motels by the highway, but it's only for that. That's what most people do too. They're in the USA. They just do road trips. We're headed to Wadebridge. Should be almost there, I think. We're here in Wadebridge, guys, crossing the Camel River right now. This is the Camel River. Sun's out, shining. Made it. If there was any doubt we wouldn't make it. Modern Thai street food. Biggest city I've seen in a while. All these little villages. Thank you. Okay, we made it to Wadebridge. It's getting pretty warm. Let's go we'll walk around a little bit. I could get some more coffee. I think we're gonna walk to Bodmin tonight. You gotta stay one night at a hotel. These towns got such a nice cozy feel to them, these Cornish towns. Dancing Taipan Chinese restaurant, Cantonese restaurant. Looks pretty good. Cornwall barber.
No, you're gonna go out.
There's the camel trail if I want to get back on the camel trail. It's just right here, I guess. Right here somewhere. Wow, the Regal. Look at this little cinema. That's really cool. You don't see cinemas like that too much nowadays. They got Killers of the Flower Moon, Don Quixote, The Great Escaper. They got a movie called Trolls. Here's the Day Lewis Pharmacy. We got an antique barn over there. Antique shed. Antiques and collectibles. Let's go check it out. See what a British antique store is all about. Imagine they'd have a lot of antiques in England because it's an old place. We used to have a lot of antique stores in America. It's kind of one of the things I was talking about. But a lot of the online stuff put them out. eBay put them out of business. In the 90s, used to be antique stores everywhere. Back when I was growing up. But yeah, eBay put that business model out of business, kind of. People just sold their antiques there. There's a lot of pottery. Oh, look at that scale. That's pretty cool. Very important. Please be aware that you must pay and display a ticket as for car parking. Oh, it's an antique store. They got some garden stuff too outside. It's a pretty cool store. Oh, we got some fossils or ancient stones. Roman, maybe it goes back to Roman times. Wow, look at that. Look at that thing. That's pretty cool. Ginger beer, 1830. It's your old stone ginger beer, Linton. A lot of old stuff in the UK. There's more jewelry back here, coins. Let's check out some of the coins here. Now we got some football. They got a nice collection of stuff here, all kinds of stuff. World Cup winning brothers. Sir Bobby Charlton, 150 pounds. Photograph, signed photograph. All right, guys, I'm not going to linger here too much. That's an old record player. They got a rock and roll section, guitars, records, music section. Poster of Rod Stewart. Nirvana, Oasis. This is a great little shop. One of the best antique stores I've ever seen. Bob Dylan. Bruce Springsteen, U2. A Hugh Jackman signed thing, 500 pounds. They got some old records. Original concert poster from the Sex Pistols, 300 pounds. The original concert poster from 1996. Got some signed guitars. Oh, just taking a look. I'm a live streamer, just touring the city. I was just about to head out. It's a beautiful shop. Yeah. All right, there you go. First antique store I've been in. I get a little shops get a little suspicious because they think you're trying to run a rob or something with your camera. I look kind of scruffed too, but I just explain. Just taking a look. Here's a Cornwall barber. This is the town of Wadebridge. What is stopping me from trimming my beard? If anything, I need maybe a haircut. Think about getting a haircut. Hair is getting really unruly. It's starting to get long. There's the Royal Mail. I like these small British towns. I don't know if everywhere in the UK is like Cornwall, but Cornwall is pretty nice. We went through on the bus. We went through a couple of villages that were really nice. Didn't get to see it because the internet was going out. But yeah, Cornwall is just a nice place. Overall, it's just it's not. There's no real big cities here. It's just a real traditional English place. But maybe most of the UK is kind of like this. Maybe it's just the newness of being in the UK. So there's a public restroom. Another barber shop. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like some of you Brits are really anti that thing, you know. I don't know what really anti-immigration, but I don't know what the big problem is. Maybe they're being blamed for having a little more crime in some of the cities. Welcome to Wadebridge. It's the name of the town, Wadebridge, right here. It's like it's surrounded by rivers. Look, you got two rivers meet. One of North Cornwall's leading market towns and gateway to the Camel Trail. There is a small colony of the rare heron, the little egret, on the River Camel. The famous 17-arch bridge was built in 1468, supposedly on the packs of wool. Bridge on wool. Hey, Formula Duck, big ups. Did you have one of my brothers for dinner last night? I just had a couple pieces of duck. Yeah, big ups, Formula Duck. Had a couple pieces of duck. He just like carved off a few pieces and left it in the kitchen for us. And I had a piece, 2 pieces. It was pretty good duck. Haven't had duck in a long time. Maybe not since somewhere in Thailand, maybe. Big ups, Formula Duck. Cheers. I like these towns. I could spend months exploring these little towns. Kind of looks like Boston, UK, from what I've seen. This is the second biggest town I've seen since I've been here, believe it or not. Only Newquay was the other bigger city. 7,000 people in this town. Here's the main street. Like, these towns are cool because you have like a vibrant commercial center with operating businesses. A lot of our old cities in America, there's nothing downtown. There's just abandoned businesses. Like, they're much larger than this, and they have like nothing. You know, there's got nice houses, nice businesses, like functioning towns. America, like Walmart and all the chain stores took everything over. Online, like Amazon and then Walmart. There's no retail or commerce anymore. And it's kind of, I said there used to be. This must be the Camel River. Yeah, big ups, Formula Duck. It's starting to rain. This is the old bridge. So it was built in 1468. Yeah, this is not a big city. It's only 7,000 people, and you got all these businesses. Look, Thai modern street food, Tiny Thai. Let's check out the menu here. They got Singha beer. Masaman Gai, 16 pounds. Gengkyuan Gai. That's chicken green curry. Chicken green curry, that's like an orange curry. That's 20. Any Thai is watching, that's $20. That's what Thai food costs outside of Thailand. But you get the same thing for about $3 in Thailand, $3-4. It might be better here though. Sometimes that food you get in Thailand, believe it or not, it's like, especially if you get in a tourist area, like the Gengkyuan there might be better than what you would get a lot of times in Thailand, believe it or not. You get a very like mediocre version of it there sometimes, you know. It seems counterintuitive, but for one, you're paying a lot more money here. And two, they serve a lot of crap to like, you know, just it's just because it's cheap and it's low. They don't put a lot of, you know, you're not paying a lot of money for it. So sometimes you don't get a lot of good quality there. So it might be better here. Hey, Capio, 15 pounds. Big ups, man. Thanks. I think I'm gonna get another coffee somewhere, maybe up here. Thank you, Capio. Cheers. Very nice super chat. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people bickering and stuff, and anybody wants to come do that in the chat, they can have at it. I'm not really concerned. You guys do that anyway, so I don't really care. You know, if you or Barry or Coco Road or whoever, as long as you don't like say anything extremely bad or like doxing and that kind of stuff, you know, the rules. I don't mind a bit of banter in the chat. You guys like going at each other a little bit. Pick up Capio links. But I know there's like there's different sides in the Thai genre. People always kind of arguing with each other. And both sides are welcome here. I don't really mind. You know, the Mike Chefs and the Capios, the two sides. Yeah, this is a banter. No, banter is allowed here, you know, as long as you don't do anything too abusive or say anything too crazy. Which for that we have a lot of mods. This is a beautiful street. Yeah, Capio is always welcome here. I never had a problem with Capio. A lot of people don't like him though, you know. I don't know why. Wasn't Capio the guy that stood up to CCWC way back in the day? They were making troll videos about him because of that. So, yeah, it's all banter, I guess. Hey, big ups Capio. Thanks for the 15 pounds. We got a little cake shop there. Let's get back to the main street. Got a nail shop. Yeah, Capio and Stu D actually stood up to CCWC way back in 2019. When they were trolling me, it was mostly me, Bar Finds back then, a little bit of Steph and PSC, and Chuck Wild already left the scene by then. He wasn't around. And I remember Capio and Stu D kind of stood up to CCWC. They got a lot of backlash from that. They were making videos about them, I remember. But that's all ancient history. A lot of the CCOEC guys are in the chat from time to time, you know. So it's all just part of the community now. Let's see here. The butcher shop. My chat has been declared a cult following by Bond, David Bond. Yeah, big ups David Bond. He was in the chat yesterday. Look at that dog. That's a cool dog. What is that, Saluki? Got some Halloween. This looks like a thrift shop. Halloween stuff. Yeah, what kind of dogs are those?
Hey?
What kind of?
Greyhound.
Oh, greyhounds. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought they might have been Salukis.
Oh no,
Oh, they're beautiful.
thank you. Ex-racing greyhound.
Wow. Do they actually? Do you race them or
They
just?
used to.
They
No,
used to.
they're
Not
retired now.
retired. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
First time out.
Cheers.
No.
Yeah, they used to race. She said. Here's the Wadebridge bookshop.
We will. We'll go and find one car.
I saw quite a few coffee shops. We can go back and sit in one of them. Just have a coffee and chill. Try to figure out what to do next. Here's the Churchill Bar. The Churchill Bars. Yeah, she had 3 of them, 3 big greyhounds. I like to ask people about their dogs because I don't know a lot about dogs, so I learn. So I didn't know those are greyhounds. You know? So I learn about different dog breeds. Have a little conversation. It's a good opener. Wow, look at these houses here. Holy cow. This is what you got all over the UK is this beautiful architecture. Check out these mansions. Probably Victorian period. It looks like back here we're getting more into maybe a commercial area, suburban area. Yeah, it looks like bigger shops and stuff over there. Maybe a grocery store. John's Fish and Chips. Coaches welcome. There's a big Tesco. Yeah, they probably got. I think this serves like a region, so there's a lot of Cornwall's got a lot of like rural, a lot of farmers and stuff, a lot of little villages. So even though this town's not very big, it's bigger than the rest, so it serves like a region. So people come here from all over. They probably come here from the coast where we were, to shop, because there isn't much over there. From Port Isaac and all those places. Yeah, it was good. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna be doing much more. I only did one night of camping this trip. So I failed at camping. I did at least have one night though, that's good. But I won't be doing much more camping, I don't think, this trip. Just gonna be, I think, cities from here on out. But I'll be doing camping and probably hiking in the future. I just gotta rethink things. The bivvy, I'm pretty much done with the bivvy tarp system. Because I'm not good with tarps. And the tarps don't work in every environment, Yeah, follow the river to Bodmin. I might go to Bodmin today. Hey guys, which place has the cheaper hotels? Bodmin or Wadebridge? Police Telephone. If life is threatened, people are injured, offenders are nearby, or if immediate action is required. So 999 is the like 911. In America, it's 911. Here, it's 999 for your info. That's the little police station. It's like your typical English residential street, a lot of row houses. Pretty nice. Hey, big up Stormer. Bodmin's more working class than Wadebridge. Looks like we're in some back alley. There's houses here though, front doors. Raspberry, 76 pounds, that's a lot. I was paying $40 a night in New Key and that other village I stayed at. First 5 nights I had one night of camping, and 4 nights I stayed in places that were $40 a night, not pounds, dollars. 76 pounds, you're pushing $100 a night. That's pretty high. I mean, sometimes you'll have no choice but to pay that. You know, I had to do that night I got stranded in the dark. I paid 80 pounds that night. That was the only time I paid something that high. But that was my only option. You know, it was like, it was either that or sleep out in the rain. Plus I was injured and stuff. Like I needed all my stuff was muddy and wet. I needed a proper hotel room that night. I was in bad shape, but pretty cool. There's a little back alleyway. Let's see. This is Tim's place. They got coffee. That place looks pretty popular, so I'd like to go maybe back to the main street, sit there, and just I don't know. A lot of these coffee shops, they're real cozy. It's kind of bad for me because I like to kind of sit in my own little space, not disturb people by chatting. If I sit in the street, I'm gonna be cold. I'm not sure. There's a place here. There's a lot of coffee places. You guys want to see some real estate prices in this area? So this house here in Wadebridge is 400,000 pounds, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, or 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. No, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. So here's a condo, 550,000 pounds. These are all in Wadebridge. Here it's Padstow, little bungalow, 550,000 pounds, 2 bedroom, 1 bath. That's on the coast. We walked through Padstow. So looks like a lot of these houses are around 500,000. Here's like a trailer, 90,000 pounds. Holiday trailer. See, this place is 750,000 pounds. Looks like a cabin, stone cabin. So real estate's not cheap in Cornwall. Oh, where you go to saying Wadebridge is 33 pounds a night. Yeah, I was getting like 70 pounds, 68. That's what I was getting from Paul Merciful. 60, I was coming up. 68 was the cheapest I was coming up with. Same thing Paul's getting. Here's Barclays Bank. They're a big famous bank branch. Here's Costa Coffee. I like Costa Coffee. Let's go. I like their coffee. Let's go Costa Coffee. Let's go inside Costa Coffee here, sit down, relax, get out of the cold. I think we'll just sit inside. We'll probably have a lot of seating too. Go. Corporate, I never said that. Providing a good service, good value. I like it. I like Apple. Apple provides good products, good quality. I put it out, sure. It's still working. So. It was in there for like 2 minutes too, because I had to recover and get my stuff. I was looking for it. I don't like how a lot of corporations run their business or their products, or their services, or their prices. So there's a lot to. This place is pretty full. I don't know if there's a place to sit down. There's seating here. And dessert I want. The other thing is a lot of these independent shops, they only give me like a really small amount of coffee. Here, I think they give you a larger amount. You know, the weather changes here like every hour, every 30 minutes. It's rainy, sunny, rainy, sunny. Cheers, guys. Big ups. Actually, the sand by Bood, I didn't make it to Bood, but I was reading about Bood. This sand actually has calcium carbonate. They used to export the sand there. It's a lot of calcium carbonate. It was used for like fertilizer, good for fertilizer. So maybe Rio was onto something, you know, because not all sand is the same. When I was in India, there was a beach that actually had radioactive sand. The Indians believed it was like a healing place, but yeah, I think Rio might have been onto something. I'm not on the beach anymore, so I missed my opportunity. The thing I dislike about teeth is that they never really get better. They just only ever get worse. It's like a slow, gradual decline until you either lose them or they're just not very good shape. It's a symptom of aging, I guess. No, it was actually a really nice beach town, Cappy. It was. I went to 2 beach towns. There was a Trivandrum city, and there was Kovalam. Kovalam was one, and the one with the radioactive beach was. I can't remember the name of it. It was to the north, different beach town. Very nice place. From Thailand, you can fly to Trivandrum for like $100 one way, 200 round trip, right to Trivandrum. Trivandrum is in Kerala State, which is in the deep south, and you got some nice beaches around there. And you got nice beaches in Thailand too, so it's good. But if you want to, not all the same. Trehella's Country House has a room tonight for $60 between Wadebridge and Bodmin. Yeah, the weekends are a problem. Friday, Saturday. One of the reasons I came straight to the UK, I was going to spend some time in Ireland. If I was landing on a weekend, everything was just booked in Dublin. Everything was booked, expensive. So, you guys have been giving a lot of good information about hotels. What's the verdict? Should I go to Bodmin or get a hotel here? I haven't seen all your guys' messages. Yeah, Bodmin. So I could walk to Bodmin. Bodmin's where I'm going to catch probably a bus to like Devon tomorrow. I'll catch a bus to like Plymouth. We'll finally leave Cornwall. It's been a nice visit, but time to see some cities and stuff. You could spend a month exploring Cornwall pretty easily. I only saw a little bit of it. Oh, they have a train station in Bodmin too. That's good. I mean, I'll take the train then. You can rent a car for $40. That's not bad. America, renting a car is getting very, very expensive. It's like $100 a day. Anything travel related, man, in America, it's just, you're basically confined to your town. Catch the train to Plymouth, I guess. 5 minute Plymouth. Or I could skip Plymouth and just go to Exeter. Plymouth's probably not very pretty because it was bombed in World War II. Pretty big city, 250,000 people. It was the main, one of the main naval bases of the UK for a long time. But it was extensively bombed. Probably like a lot of modern architecture there. Bolty, who's from Devon, says Plymouth city center is a dump. Yeah, that's kind of what I imagined because, like I said, it was bombed out in World War II. They lost all their historic architecture. Well, there's Plymouth is also the name of a historic colony in Massachusetts, where the settlers, the Pilgrims went to. But I don't think I have any Pilgrim ancestors I'm aware of. You never know; it's possible, but it's not likely. I don't have any New England roots. I don't think. Hey. But yeah, the original Plymouth is here in next county over, Devon. I feel like one other thing I like about the hiking stuff, it's easier to make content. Like it's easier hiking around. The content just kind of makes itself, you know. But when I get in, and I feel kind of lost in an urban area. It's like, I don't know what to do, what to say, what to do, where to go. There's a lot of people everywhere, so you're like, I'm not German. I'm not that I know of. I got some Swiss, but Swiss ancestors. Mostly it's ancestors from the British Isles, but English, Scottish. A lot of Scottish ancestors. Also, I believe some Dutch. My grandma actually had a DNA test done recently. She's the one who's like very Native American, all her brothers and sisters. But she's only half Native American. She says she's like 25% Viking. Came back in her DNA test, and the rest was like Scottish. She's like half Native American. A lot of Scottish, some English, some Dutch and Swiss. I guess some Viking too. We didn't know we had a Viking, but apparently we do. We don't know what we are or where we came from in America. Most of us, just a big melting pot. I wouldn't get one of those DNA tests done because I don't trust those. They're just some random companies you send your DNA to. They're making a big database of that and storing it. So you're paying to get your DNA test, but you're giving them very valuable information that can be used for bioengineering, for anything, for good or bad. Even if it's going to be used for good or bad. You don't know who's doing what with that stuff. It's being put in a big database somewhere. It's very sketchy. So I don't trust that stuff. But it would be cool to know. But my grandma did one, so she thought. Yeah, but a lot of people from Ohio are part Irish or German, but not that I know of. Just Scottish and English. Yeah, that's really sketchy. Just sending some random corporation Switzerland or something in DNA. But a lot of YouTubers were promoting that years back, 5 years. Like Mark Wiens was doing it. It was because they were paying YouTubers to advertise it before a couple of years before the pandemic. it just, to me, it seems like it could be used for bad purposes, you know, and you don't know who you're sending it to. So, like, it could be used to make a pandemic that targets only a certain part of the population, certain age or certain race or certain, just bad thing, in my opinion. Yeah, I remember a lot of YouTubers, like about 5 or 6 years ago, were all advertising it because they were all.
Mum, that's what you call no patience.
Yeah, it's called bioweaponry. It can't just release. There's a couple things with viruses, like there's horrible viruses like Ebola, but Ebola just kills everybody in the village, you know. So then that's it. It dies out. But that's kind of a heavy topic. But yeah, if you were Dr. Evil and you want to make bioweapons, you would want everybody's DNA, or as much of it as you could. It seemed like a Dr. Evil kind of thing, but maybe I'm just being paranoid, who knows? Too much of a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, exactly, based on filters. But you know, hopefully the Dr. Evils, if anything, the world's going to have a problem with the lack of population, not too much. A lot of countries like Italy, Japan, South Korea, they're decreasing in population, and they don't have young people to fill up the jobs, and they're needed. A lot of countries are going that way. They're not already that way. There's a demographic collapse going on in the world right now. It's severe. Because people aren't having kids anymore. Not enough people are having kids. Okay, I guess we're gonna hike to Bodmin next and look for a place to stay there. But if Bodmin's on the train, there's nothing stops us from just going to the next place, taking the train. Wi-Fi is no good. He'll be leaving pretty soon. Neville loves the camo. I got a Twix bar. I'm debating whether to have some of it. Some more energy for the hike. I've been carrying this Twix bar around for the last 5, 6, since I left Nuki for 7 days. I think I'll have it. I read half of this book last 2 nights in the hostel. Up to page. It's getting real good now. It's like the first part of the book kind of sucked. Up to page 200. But it's about different port cities of the world in the age of steam, when you had steamships. So I just read about Montreal, read about New Orleans. These are the American gateways. So I'll tell you about some of the stuff when I'm walking. New Orleans, Queen of the South. And then talks about Montreal. Montreal is a very important city. The most important in Canada for a long time. I didn't know. I learned a lot of stuff about that city. Queen of the North, Montreal. The next where I left off is the start of New York, the Empire City. And then from there it goes to, I believe it goes to, now we're in Maritime Raj, Bombay. So read about, probably has Calcutta, Calcutta, Bombay, Shanghai. That's a really good book. I bought it in Pattaya, of all places. Carrying this thing around. This starts out really slow. Like the first 100 pages was like very general knowledge that basically it's kind of boring and pretty much knew everything it was saying already. But now we're getting specifically into the history of different port cities, which that part I find very interesting. Getting a lot of new info. Get this book back here. I've been carrying this thing around. Look how, for like last week, emergency food. Power bank's out already. Yeah, I learned some interesting stats about Canada back like in the around World War One, 1914. Canada produced like 5% of the world's exports, way more than Australia or I think even more than India. And it's like one of the top exporting countries in the world. A lot of that went through Montreal at that time. I think of Montreal as only a French city, but actually a lot of the business was run by a mix of English and French Canadians. So there's always been a mix there. It's always been a mix of English and French in Montreal. Whereas Quebec City was just straight Francophone. Montreal's always been a mix. And the elite of the business community in Montreal, like the top echelon, the traders and corporate people and stuff were all Scottish, which is kind of found interesting. I read in that book. They were Scottish business moguls that ran the business there in Montreal. They had 1 million people in 1920. But then they got overtaken by Toronto and New York. They got hit on two fronts. Some of their business was siphoned off by New York, and then Toronto was the big growing city. Toronto kind of capitalized on the Ontario, which was the main English-speaking part of Canada. It became a hub of that. Before it was Montreal, the main port of Canada. Because prior, like in the 19th century and stuff, Montreal was much bigger than Toronto. But in the 20th century, Toronto surpassed it. Yeah, a lot of great comedians from Canada, no doubt. But Montreal wasn't just a port city. It had a lot going for it. It had a port trade, import-export. It had a lot of manufacturing. It had financial. It was a complete all-around city, which is still a pretty big city to this day. It's a pretty important city. But I think a lot of people look at it as just some, because like Toronto was kind of stolen all the cake, and they kind of look at it as just some strange French city. But that's not really the case. It's a great North American city. And New Orleans, I read about, learned some things about that too. Before the Civil War, it was booming, up to 200,000 people, which made it one of the largest cities in the world at that time. It was all because of the export of cotton. It was a lot of the. What happened was the United States banned the slave trade in 1808, but they didn't ban slavery until Civil War. So what happened was there was a cotton boom like in the 1830s, and all these plantation owners, there was huge money in business in cotton. And so all of these slave owners from Virginia and South Carolina, North Carolina, the upper South, they all moved to the deep South for cotton, and they took their slaves with them. So even though they couldn't bring in more slaves, they were able still to have these cotton plantations because they moved from Virginia and stuff into the deeper South, like in Mississippi, and New Orleans became the epicenter of that cotton trade, which they shipped it around the world. A lot of it to England, Liverpool. But New Orleans was a very unhealthy city. They had a horrible epidemics, mosquitoes, and people just had all these diseases. Like there was one time 10% of the population died in 2 months from epidemic, mosquito-borne yellow fever, I think it was. So, and then after the Civil War, the city basically decayed until like the 1930s 40s or something. It's like, it didn't really grow much and just decayed. It just became this place people went to drink and stuff, you know. Yeah, Mobile had some, but see, Mobile had some port shipping. Savannah was also, but Savannah just served Georgia. But New Orleans served like because of the Mississippi River. They had other products too. Like they have products from Ohio. You know, they had everything from the Ohio River to Mississippi flowed down to New Orleans. So they had a huge hinterland of products. And to this day, New Orleans is still like one of the biggest ports in the world. You know, so half of America flows down the river to New Orleans. Yeah. They had like these steamboats and stuff that went up the river. Yeah, but after the Civil War, they never really recovered. And when slavery was ended, basically they just became these small farms, like sharecroppers, both blacks and whites. They became small. They were called sharecropping or something. Where he said he was in Montreal in the 70s, great city. All right, guys, let's get going here. I don't know if I'll need this. I don't think it's that cold. Yeah, Montreal is the big major business city of Canada. Back then it was called before it was called Ontario and Quebec, it was called Upper and Lower Canada. But there was one period where, like, when the British enacted the Corn Laws, Montreal wanted to actually join. They wanted Canada to join the United States. They didn't like, but that changed after a few years because business was good in other ways. Business picked up. So then what happened was they were, let's go. They were scared that the United States would try to take over Canada. So they made it a separate nation, like a separate Commonwealth nation. And they made provinces like, you had Quebec, Ontario. But before then it was called like Upper and Lower Canada. Upper being Quebec, lower being Ontario, I think. And other places like Manitoba and stuff were pretty much unsettled, wild, unsettled land back then. Alberta and Manitoba. So, yeah, I'm glad I kept that book because it's getting really interesting now. Do I need this jacket? I don't think I need the jacket. But Canada was a huge exporter of grain, believe it or not, like wheat. Like, you know how Thailand's like a huge exporter of rice? That's the way, that's the way Canada was with like grain. America didn't actually. America's never produced a lot of wheat or grain. They produce a lot of corn, but the corn is used in. It's not. I guess some of it's exported, but they never produced a lot of wheat or like rye or that kind of stuff. But Canada did. All right, let's see here. All right, we're in it's real sunny. Can't even see. Nice. Let's get walking, I guess. We'll walk to the next town. Might need to buy some water somewhere. I only got a little bit of water. Crazy Cards Pizza Shop. You know, most of the tomatoes America buys, it all comes from Canada. All the tomatoes that's used, Heinz uses in ketchup, it all comes like, you take Cleveland, Ohio, and you go right across the lake area. That's where all the tomatoes are produced, in Lower Ontario. Produce like most of the world's tomatoes, or a huge portion of them. For things like ketchup and stuff. Some people think I'm a little bit crazy walking around talking history. Walking around talking to the phone, streaming history. Yeah, Leamington, Ontario. It's the tomato capital of the world. I met a farmer from Leamington when I went to Detroit. He was from Leamington. He actually had a tomato farm. Jonathan North, only if you include corn. You take away corn, we don't produce that much grain. It's like corn, yeah, we produce like, we're the Saudi Arabia ×5 with corn. We just produce shitloads of corn. I mean, everything, they call it the Corn Belt. Starting in Ohio all the way to Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas. Kansas actually produces some wheat. But Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, that's like some of the best farmland on the earth. And it's just all produces corn. It's all corn, or most of it's corn. They produce a lot of soybeans now because soybeans became a big export crop to China. So it's like, and also soybeans synergizes with corn. Like you rotate them and it doesn't burn the land out. So it's all soybeans and corn all across the farms of America. Okay, where's the trail at? Yeah, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Western Ohio, Southern Michigan, Southern Wisconsin. It's just all one giant cornfield. 1 million square miles. Okay, where's this trail at? Camel Trail to Bodmin. Here we go. It says Camel Trail to Bodmin. Hey Nigel, big ups. Thanks for the 5 pounds. Big ups, Nigel. The most like wheat that's grown is actually in the border of Canada with like Minnesota and like South Dakota, and some a lot in Kansas and Oklahoma too. But all the wheat we produce, none of it's exported because that's where like General Mills is, cereal companies, all that's used for the American market. Canada produced so much wheat that they didn't need much for the, because they have It was all produced just for export. Same with Ukraine. Ukraine used to produce a lot of grain for export. Canada's #1 wheat exporter. These are council states here. Hey, big ups, Nigel. Consider purchasing a €250 Millions ticket. Yeah, I'll give that a try later. Maybe in Bodmin. Hello. Is this the camel trail up here? Yeah, thank you.
Straight on.
Thank you, Nigel. Okay, we're gonna walk. We're still walking. We're just not walking on that coastal trail. And that was a treacherous trail. So I keep walking through here. I gotta say, really nice people in Cornwall, all across the board. Okay, we gotta get the lottery Euro Millions ticket. I'm not really a gambler. This is coming from someone who used to make a living playing poker. But I've never been attracted to gambling. But like a one-off, like I don't think I've ever played the lottery in my life. So one-off because Super Chat suggested it. Yeah, that's not a gambling addiction. That's just a one-off for live streaming content, you know. Yeah, I don't have the gambling mentality. Like I played poker because I used to do good at it, make money. It was a game of skill, you know. There is a random aspect to it. Like you can be unlucky. You can have a bad stretch of cards for a while. Even though you're playing well, you can be unlucky for a while. And you can also be lucky. But in the long term, your luck evens out mathematically. And then it's just all about level of skill. Whether you played better than your opponents or worse.
Yeah, okay then, let's do that.
But in the short term, yeah, there are fluctuations of luck. You know, when you're playing poker as a professional poker player. So it's not really it's not the same as gambling. Where you just, you know, roll the dice, take a chance. You're trying to outwit your opponents. That's what it is. And the cards are just a proxy for that. Hey, it's like I see bikers. The camel trail's up ahead. But yeah, I haven't done poker in 14 years now. But now that no desire to ever get back into it. It's a tough racket. The problem with poker is the house takes 8% right off the top. I get from all the players. So the house always wins, and then you're left competing against the 92% money that's left with everybody else. So you're already at a big disadvantage. The house take mathematically. so if you had, let's say you had a poker game that lasted a year and you had 9 players, and they just had like unlimited amounts of money, like millions and millions to gamble with, to play poker with. Well, eventually maybe one player would win it all. The house wouldn't get 8% of everything. One player would end up with the rest of it, and everybody else would lose. That's how poker works. So the house gets good, and one player at a table of 8 or 9 does well. That's basically how poker works. And then the other 7, 8 players are all losers. Here's the Camel River. You don't need hiking boots on this trail because it's not a. It's a paved trail. Only the coastal trail I needed them, but I'm gonna be buying new shoes anyways. I did get some super chats. I think Tundra, a couple others sent super chats for new shoes. I'll probably be getting new shoes maybe next town, Bodmin. The next couple of days I'll probably get new shoes. I'm gonna maybe try to clean these shoes, see if I can get them in good shape. If I can't, I'm gonna throw them away. See, this trail is all paved. This trail is just like those trails I was doing in Ohio. It's like a bike trail. So it's very good for walking with these kind of shoes. Yeah, the Barbary pirates, they were based in Algeria, Tunisia. They were these really strong pirates. I believe it was actually, I don't know a lot about the history, but anyways, like, they didn't know, Europe couldn't deal with them. Like, they were pretty persistent pirates. And they would go, like, capture slaves from Europe. They would attack boats and steal all their, you know, in the Mediterranean and Atlantic, steal all their cargo. The Barbary pirates. Eventually, who got rid of the Barbary? I think it was the United States that got rid of the Barbary pirates. Okay? Like, because Europe was unable to do it, not even England. England was trying like diplomacy or something to deal with them. Or I don't know, something, I don't know much about the history, but yeah, like France didn't want to deal with them, they couldn't deal with them. I don't know the whole history, don't quote me on that one. About the Barbary pirates. Anybody that lived within a coast, which most of Cornwall is, was subject to Barbary pirates. Like, they could come raid, take your family, women, enslave. Anywhere in Europe, this could happen. This could happen if you're in France. It could happen if you're in Italy, Spain. They come in with their boats, kind of like, and if there was no military or anything nearby, it's like not much that could have been done. The local men, if they weren't able to fight them off, maybe sometimes the local men could fight them off, but they'd also attack boats too. It was the USA Navy, okay. I thought it might have been. You would think it was like right in Europe's back door. Europe would have been able to get rid of them, but they were around for like hundreds of years, just like harassing, causing problems in Europe. They were based in Algeria and I think over in Tunisia as well. It was actually, Algeria was a far-flung part of the Ottoman Empire. It went through Egypt, but the Ottoman Empire covered a huge ground, you know, all the way into the Balkans, all the way, it covered a huge amount of land, and they weren't able really to control much of they probably didn't really care to get rid of the Barbary pirates either, because they were usually at odds with Europe, so they might have even sponsored them or helped them out. But it was just kind of a lawless land, Algeria. It was run by pirates at that time, even though technically it was under the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, Cornwall was especially vulnerable because that's the first. You get to this part of the Atlantic, that's the first province, and then it has two coastlines, and a lot of the villages are built along the coast. A lot of the population. I think they used to rate it like Sardinia, you know, like that's an island in Italy. All those islands were subject to Barbary raids. But they used to attack a lot of shipping too, so it wasn't just they used to disrupt a lot of shipping. They're one of the reasons the Mediterranean kind of declined as the center of world trade. It declined and the Atlantic surpassed the Mediterranean because they had a lot of lawless piracy going on. Well, the Ottoman Empire was only as good as its ruler. So they had a couple really good kings, sultans. Suleiman, he was from like 1520 to 1560. But their political system was, like I said, it was only as good as their ruler. If they had a really good ruler, really intelligent and full of energy and very ambitious and stuff, which, you know, Suleiman the Great, as he was known, then the empire was pretty strong. But then they had a bunch of weak, like really bad rulers, and it got, you know, it declined. And they had a chain of them for a long time, so they only had a couple really good rulers. They had a couple really good ones, like Suleiman, and another one, Murad, I think, that was in the 1400s. Yeah, they had some good ones in the 14 and 1500s, but after that, it was all downhill. All the sultans were pretty bad, and it was such a centralized state, and so much power invested into the king and the sultan that, you know, it went with. But the Ottoman Empire was actually propped up by the British for a long period of time, because it said the whole empire was decaying and falling apart for centuries. I think after Suleiman the Great, it was pretty good for maybe like 50 years, 50 to 100 years after Suleiman the Great, so into the 1600s. They were still pretty strong. But when they lost the siege of Vienna, then it was all downhill after that. And there were other nations that wanted to carve up the Ottoman Empire, like Russia. You know, there's very valuable lands. There's Istanbul and the Straits. They control the Straits of the Black Sea. It's very important for shipping. There's a lot of good land and stuff. So a lot of countries wanted to take over because they were just this weak empire. And, you know, Persia wanted to come in and take part. Russia wanted to take part of it. Eastern European nations wanted to take a part of it. Austria and stuff. So the British and then later the French kind of propped up the Ottoman Empire, kept it going. Because they didn't want Russia to get too strong. That's what that war in the Crimea War was all about in 1850. When Britain and France fought Russia, because Russia was trying to move in and take over Ottoman Empire. So they fought a pretty vicious war in the southern steppes of Ukraine against Russia, and they won that war, 1851, I think it was, the Crimean War. That war was all about Ottoman Empire. Oh, 1854, that's it, yeah. That was a pretty bad war too. Like a lot of Brits and French died. But they won the war at the end of the day. And they're both very powerful nations together at that time, the strongest in the world. Russia was the biggest land empire at that time. And they were scared Russia was getting too strong because it controlled everything from the Pacific Ocean all the way to Poland. You know, and they were moving down, and they thought they were going to move down into India through the Central Asian republics or Central Asian through Afghanistan. So Russia was on the verge of becoming a world empire. Well, it was a world empire, but it was getting bigger. It kept getting bigger and bigger. I think Russia even really wasn't that strong during that time period. Like they didn't have that strong of a military or navy or anything. It's just that a lot of the lands they bordered were easily conquerable. You know, all those Central Asian there's just like they're basically defenseless. So they just kept expanding. But you know, a lot of those lands were also pretty unpopulated. But even they expanded down until We're losing some internet. Feels nice to be walking again. I like walking. I don't know if I'm in the cities, what am I gonna do if I don't walk? I guess I'll be walking around the city. I mean, I've done plenty of city streams, so I don't know. It's not much different. I don't know. I like these trails. I don't know what it is. I guess it's being out in nature or something. I don't know. But the thing with the Russians is they always viewed Constantinople. You have to remember, Russians an Orthodox Christian nation historically. They're not Catholic. They're not Protestant. The only other Orthodox were the Greeks and the Serbs. That's why they're close friends with the Serbs today. You know, a few small nations down there, but it all mostly came from Greece. They split from Italy, which was the Catholic at the time. You know, back to thousands of years ago. So. And the only major nation that was there there was the Byzantine Empire, which was Constantinople. That was a Greek empire. They were that was basically the Orthodox side of the Roman Empire. And so the Roman Empire, the Catholic side split off into the Vatican, Rome, and the Greek Orthodox was over in the east in Constantinople. And Russia views itself as the inheritor of the Byzantine, which was conquered by the Ottoman Empire. They ceased to exist. They view themselves as the predecessor of the Byzantine and the king of the Orthodox people. And so they've always viewed Constantinople, not Moscow. Moscow is like a temporary capital. Constantinople, Istanbul, as their capital city of their empire. And they've always wanted Constantinople, you know, because one, it's a great city for a lot of reasons, but it controls the straits of that enter the Black Sea. There's only one way. Black Sea is a giant sea. There's only one way out, and that's right through Istanbul. So all the grain, all the exports, and Russia is mostly landlocked. There's not a lot of ways to get in and out of Russia by boat. The only way is through the Black Sea or through the Baltic Sea, which is another landlocked sea. You have to go through Denmark and stuff to get out there. So if you want imports and exports through Russia, you got to go through the Black Sea, and you have to go through Constantinople. You know, but also for other reasons, like the land. You know, it used to be a Greek Christian land. You know, for many centuries before the Turks took it over, and you know, the land around there, they will link up with Greece and Bulgaria and Serbia, which at the time were being ruled by a Muslim nation. So they would continuously join with that area, other Orthodox regions. And Turkey itself is a very valuable land. Like, it has a lot of great agriculture, and it's different from the rest of Russia. Most of Russia is cold. You know, Turkey's got a lot of fruit and wine and stuff that Russia doesn't have. Plus, it gives them a base in the Mediterranean. You know, now they got the Black Sea, the Mediterranean. So if they ever managed to conquer Turkey, which they were trying to do, when they would have been very powerful in addition to the rest of, 8 million square miles of Russia they had. So, but the British made sure they didn't do that. They were stopping them. The British were basically playing it. They knew they'd never conquer Europe. They weren't trying to. They were playing a balance of power. They didn't want one nation to get too strong where they could conquer all of Europe, which then they'd eventually conquer England. So they were trying to keep everybody in balance. They didn't want to get the French get too strong. They were fighting the French, and then the Napoleon Wars. They didn't want Russia to get too strong. They didn't want Germany to get too strong. Because if they did, they could conquer the rest of Europe and Britain itself. So they were, with their navy and their superior economy and diplomacy, a combination of the three, they were using alliances, and sometimes they had to go to war. Like they had to go to war with Russia in 1854. But they were just doing that because they know if they didn't, Russia would have just been too powerful and invincible. They consolidated those lands and moved in, took over, made Constantinople their capital, and it would have been pretty much, a world empire at that point. Britain would have been indefensible. It would have took many decades and perhaps a century to do that, but that's what geopolitics is. It's a long game. China's playing the long game. They know all about that. As it was, the Russians were conquering a lot of lands. Like they conquered Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is historically a Persian province. They conquered that because they had a lot of oil. And even that's what the Nazis were trying to get to. They were trying to get to Azerbaijan when they were going through Stalingrad, because the next stop was going to be, there's a ton of oil there. It's not just they had a lot of oil, but it was easily accessible. In the early days of oil, Saudi Arabia didn't produce much because it was hard to get to with the technology they had at the time. But the oil in Azerbaijan was very easy to get to, and they had a lot of it. So, they were already conquering a lot of places that historically had nothing to do with Russia. Places like Azerbaijan and, Kazakhstan and stuff. They were on the move. And in the Pacific, all the way to Vladivostok, that area was part of China, or it's just wild, not controlled by anybody. So they were already conquering all sorts of places because they didn't have a lot of resistance. The places they were conquering were weak and couldn't really oppose them, Actually, I had a really rough day. I had two rough days. I had that failed camping. The next day I got up and hike, but that was the roughest day because the terrain was so sketchy at that time. It was up and down these really steep hills, and I was slipping it was muddy. I was slipping all over the place. So that trail is awesome, but it actually feels nice to be back on flat land, not like falling over myself all the time. That was a really tough walk. This is like cruising now. Yeah, it was basically what happened was when the Roman Empire fell, basically you had barbarians invading the Roman Empire, and it just kept getting weaker. And even in its last days, it was like a shell of what it used to be. But the Roman Empire was so big; it had the West, Spain, Italy, and Algeria, but it had an Eastern Empire as well. That was like Turkey, Greece. So when the Roman Empire fell in Italy, the Eastern Empire didn't fall. And it just took on a new name, Byzantium, which was based in Istanbul, Constantinople. And they were the inheritors of the Eastern Empire. The West just went on its own, different republics and the Dark Ages, basically, of Europe. But the East actually was doing well and was thriving. And the Byzantine Empire actually lasted 1,000 years, from the fall of the Roman Empire to 1454. until the Turks, who were like nomadic people from the Asian steppes, horsemen, they kept getting stronger and stronger. The Byzantine Empire basically kept getting weaker and weaker about 300-400 years. It was strong for a time. It was Greek, it was Orthodox Christian, but eventually they just kept getting weaker for a lot of reasons. A lot of things were happening, and even Western Europe was surpassing them, and they weren't getting along with Western Europe either. So eventually the Turks kept getting stronger, and and by the time they invaded Byzantine Empire, it was only like a few cities and like a little bit of land. There was like nothing left of it. So it wasn't, they still had like big walls and stuff and big fortifications around Constantinople, and they had no help from Europe. Like they're begging Europe to help them, but Europe didn't like Byzantine because they were Orthodox. They didn't like because they were not Catholic. So they basically let the Turks take them over, and then they became a Muslim city, and they called it Istanbul instead of Constantinople. And all the inhabitants, so it was already, the population used to be 1 million of Constantinople in its heyday, but it was already down to like 50,000 by the time the Turks, like it was a long decayed empire. It was the actual Roman Empire. They were but so the Russians always consider themselves the heir to the Roman Empire and and Constantinople and Byzantium. Yeah, even the Crusaders came in 1200, which at this time Byzantium was still a respectable size nation. They had like most of Turkey, which back then Western Turkey was mostly Greek and Christian. And the East, it was like horsemen and Ottoman people. I mean, the Turks and Muslims and stuff. But in the West, it was still mostly Christian. And then they had like Greece and Bulgaria. They had a pretty large nation. But they were constantly having to fight people. Like they were constantly getting invaded, because they had a European side land area and they had a Asian land area. So they were constantly, that's how they got weak. Plus they had bad government, too much. There's an old saying, something is Byzantine, it's incredibly complex. So they had like bad, complex, bureaucratic government. So it was getting weak from within. But in 1200, this is 250 years before Constantinople fell to the Turks. Christian crusaders came in and sacked, and basically, the knights who were going to the Holy Land, they came in and raided and killed thousands of people, and basically, it was one of the great crimes of Europe. And that really hurt Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire. Yeah, read about the sack of Constantinople. I think it was around 1200, 1205, something around there. But all these knights from France and Germany and UK, they were on their way to the Holy Land. They basically stopped, like a pit stop in Constantinople. Once they got in the gates, they just pillaged and raped and robbed and set fire to everything. Excuse me, sorry. I was just walking around the puddle. And that was other supposedly holy Christians going to the Holy Land to conquer the Holy Land. So that was a pretty bad episode of history. They never really, I think that was a big blow too. They never really recovered from that. But they were, like I said, they could have been doomed just because of their own internal politics and system wasn't very good. Yeah, because there were multiple crusades, and this was like the second or third or fourth crusade. I don't know much about the crusades actually, but it was one of the later crusades. So like the Christian knights, they kept trying to reconquer the Holy Land, which was not just like modern day Israel. It's also like Lebanon. They wanted to control that whole land and make it like a Christian Catholic kingdom, which they did do that for a time. They did. That's why there's Christians to this day in places like Syria and stuff and Lebanon. But eventually they kept getting beat back by the Arabs, and they kept going back trying to reconquer it. So they were like the second crusade, the third crusade, and You know, and it was one of the Crusades, I forget which one, that they stopped in Istanbul to, like, you know, get supplies and stuff, and they ended up just destroying half the city, killing half the inhabitants. This is why one of the amendments to the United States Constitution people forget about is you don't have to give troops shelter, because you don't want to have to shelter troops. You know, like basically Constantinople was sheltering the crusade. It ended up costing them dearly. You don't have to give quarter to troops. Whereas a lot of nations, like if troops were coming, army was coming through your village, you're expected to house them and feed them and stuff. You know, if they were like you're France, you had French troops marching through, you had to give the troops quarter. You know, whereas in the American that's actually one of the amendments in the American Constitution. You don't have to give troops quarter. Yeah, well, back in the day, they didn't have, you know, the armies were more primitive, and it was the local population when they marched through lands that would feed them and give them shelter and stuff. Maybe they had some tents and stuff, this and that, but usually they were always undersupplied, and the rulers, when they engaged in a war, they would use the local populations to bear the cost of, you know. But sometimes these troops would, you know, rob them or kill them or take their stuff, or they would inherit their land it was just a really bad thing. You didn't want to have to shelter troops, even if they were from your own country. It doesn't make sense to us now because nothing like that has happened in the modern world, but that's how war was waged back then, the time when the Constitution was written. And it was even a problem during the Revolutionary War because, you know, like these English troops would come through, and you come through a town. Maybe that back then there was, you know, some people were for the English, some people were for independence. But they were just everyday farmers and stuff. So these English, if you're not on our side, we're gonna kill you. You know. So that's why that was in the Constitution. It cost an empire. It cost Constantinople sheltering troops in the Crusade. This is a nice trail. Reminds me a lot of the Ohio Trail. Similar. It's just like the Ohio Trail. It looks very, very beautiful, very similar. Orca T says there is a drinking tap on the trail near where the original pump was put in by Knight Templar. Quite nice of it as a convenient place to stop and have a drink. Awesome. Yeah, I have very little water, so I can refill my water bottle and get to drink. I'll keep a lookout for that. Actually, you know, most of my historic knowledge, I just read a lot of books. Like I'm reading one now. I showed you guys back at the coffee shop. I just like reading history and nonfiction. So I've been doing it since I was like 12. So I don't read all the time, but I do read over that many years. You know, I've read quite a bit. I used to read a lot more when I was younger, before the internet. So if anything, the internet has retarded my knowledge base, my knowledge growth. But I mean, I also have gained knowledge from the internet, especially it's good for looking things up, very specific things, getting more, you know, like pinpointing things. Like you can read a book, sit down with a book and sit down next to your laptop. And then, because the book's going to mention a lot of different things, you could go in more detail on certain things with Wikipedia and the internet. So they actually complement each other quite well. But I'm no like historian or academic. I just read for pleasure, you know. So I'm not really that into it. Maybe when I get older, I'll get into it again, read more. I haven't read that much the last 10 years. I used to read a lot more. You know, I used to like to read atlases. I have a lot of geographical knowledge. I'd study atlases and not so much encyclopedias. Encyclopedia is very much akin to Wikipedia. So encyclopedias are only useful. You're just looking up a specific thing. You need info on it. I was never into encyclopedia. I just read general books and then, you know, general different kinds of history books. But my historical knowledge is very minimal. Like it's nothing great because like I actually don't even have a lot of knowledge on American history. You know, that's my country, so there's a lot of. I don't have that much knowledge on English history and French. A lot of my knowledge is more general and broad-based. It's very like any student that graduated from a nice college in, like, say, the 1950s of either England or U.S. will probably have a similar or more knowledge than I have as a 40-year-old. And they're just 23, so I have no knowledge of the Roman Empire, very little of the ancient, very little ancient knowledge, you know, of the ancient empires. But it's something to talk about. I don't know, it's something I like talking about history and reading it. But yeah, Sean is pretty intellectual, but he hides his intellectuality. Like, if you could get Sean unfiltered talking about stuff on a live stream, he could do what I'm doing all day. But he hides his intellectuality. And his knowledge is a bit different and a different outtake than mine. So, and he even hides it for me. Like, we don't have a lot of real intellectual conversations. We just talk about general stuff, but we talk about Tintagel and women and YouTube, this, that, sports. We don't really go, the two of us don't really go in depth about, you know, we talk about, you know, stuff, just general conversation stuff. We don't talk about politics or history or anything like that much. Missed some, what's the mud situation? Well, there's mud, but on a trail like this, see, the thing is, on this kind of trail, you have width, you have a lot of width. So I was confined to, in some cases on that coastal trail, a very narrow ditch. It was all muddy. On the side of it was like steep grass embankments, slippery grass. So it was very hard to walk on. This is like, you know, this is not a challenge at all. Because you have a road, you have a pavement. You know, it's wet and a little bit muddy, but it's nothing. And it's flat. You're not gonna ever slip and slide. This is you know, so it's 10 times easier to walk on than that coastal trail. And it's flat. You're not going up and down hills. That coastal trail is a lot of fun. Actually, that gave me a good taste of what, like, a real, that's how a lot of hiking trails are. The big ones. It's just like this little tiny footpath. And it gave me a good taste of what that's all about. Like, it was a good experience. Yeah, this is just like those Ohio bike trails I was walking on, which in America they're called rails to trails. We have a lot in the north. A lot of old railroads were converted into bike trails, just like this. See, this is very similar to Ohio too. Like, where are you going to camp in this environment? This is private land, fenced off. You're not going to camp here in the ditch. I mean, it's private land, or it's like woodland. It's very thick, you know, with all kinds of underbrush, not really suitable for camping. That was the problem I had with camping in Ohio. But I did manage to camp like 6 times on that trip, 6 out of 30 nights. So I did get some camping done. Some I had no choice. A few nights, yeah, I know where to go. But the weather was amazing, so I wasn't battling the weather or anything, you know. But this is very similar. Like, where are you going to camp in this kind of environment? There's not really, you know, somebody's house right there. It's like, or it's, you know, or it's just like trees. This is a very similar environment. That coastal trail actually had a lot of good camping places. If you had a tent, it's perfect. I just didn't have the right gear for it. Let's see. Wadebridge, 2.5 miles. Bodmin, another 4.5. So we walked 2.5 miles. We got another 4.5 to go. We got a nice old bridge here. Probably leads to some country road. It's like a very old bridge. They even got it a barrier to falling stone. You see, if phone has stuff has, well, it might just be leaves. Yeah, leaves, but very ancient bridge. This used to be a railway. That was a railway bridge, just like the rails to trails in Ohio. The trains used to come through here. But one of the reasons New York became a great city, you know, the time of American independence, Philadelphia was actually the #1 city. And for a while, Philadelphia and New York were neck and neck. But it was its superior geography, especially in relation to the harbors and the shipping and the rivers. It had some of the best geography in the world. It's a full, the port never freezes. It's open year round, and there's just unlimited amounts of rivers and waterways and ports. And it even has the Hudson that flows up. It even has, you know, so like, it has amazing. But Istanbul is kind of the same way, has the same superior geography. So it's always been a great city. Always like destined to be a great city. Constantinople, Istanbul, because of geography. Asia and Europe meet in Istanbul. And 2 great seas, the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, meet. North and south meets, east and west meets. It's the crossroads of the world. That's why Napoleon said if there was ever a world empire, the capital would be in Istanbul, Constantinople. 17-mile recreational route follows the old railway track from Bodmin Moor to the Atlantic Ocean. Wow, you can go to the Atlantic from here? Is it this trail? It's like another trail splits off. That's where I want to go, is the Atlantic. Oh, no, Padstow is the Atlantic. I've already been there. I was thinking to the south, but no, it's north. They're talking about Padstow. Yeah, I've already, oh shit. See, you get these prickly, damn it. Those weren't the bad ones. I had the bad ones the other day. I still got marks from them. See my thumb. Those I fell down. Those weren't, the other ones, you just touch them like barely like that, and it's like your hand's on fire. That was some crazy stuff. That was right where I was camping. Those are just normal thorns. I still got marks in my hand from those like scars. You see my finger here? Those are some crazy, man. Here, my thumb. You see, those are from thorns. And it stung for for 12 hours, all night until the morning, and then it kind of wore off. And the thing was, I barely even touched the things. I barely brushed against them. No, it was like thorns. It was like a branch, a vine. It was like thorns. It was right where I was camping, and it was like I never felt anything like it. It was like a weird sensation. It wasn't extremely painful. It was just like a weird kind of sharp kind of thing. And it didn't go away ever. Like it persisted. So persisted for a long time. No, it wasn't that bad. Like I said, it wasn't that painful. It was weird how long, just barely touching those things, how long that I felt that, you know. Like if you had fell into that could have messed you up. Like so I just barely brushed against it, like for a second. If you had because you fall over and you fall into that batch of thorns, shit, that would really mess somebody up. That's still some powerful thorns right there. Never seen anything like that. And we got some horses coming by. Hey guys. Hi. Pleasant horses. Some nice pine trees up there. What is that? Just a little cliff. It's the Camel River we're walking next to. It's a nice river. It forms a big estuary around Padstow. That's what city we were in a few days ago. A small port town. I need to get some water. It's all the water I have left. Haven't filled it up in like 2-3 days. I don't drink a lot of water on my walks and stuff. Seem to be like I don't seem to need as much water as other hikers and stuff I've noticed. Yeah, I've watched on YouTube and stuff. Like, I don't know, is this 1.5 liters? I mean, I've been drinking water in other sources. I get tap water when I go to restaurants or coffee shop. I'm just saying, I don't seem to drink a lot of water in general. I do drink a lot, but not when I'm hiking. I don't drink that much. It'd probably be different if I was hiking in the desert or something, but we sweat a lot. Yeah. Hey, Nigel, just post it on your YouTube channel or something. I mean, remember, everybody that has a YouTube account, you can post playlists, you can post anything. You can post videos, shorts. Yeah, just put it on your YouTube channel. We'll check it out. Like there's no divide. Everybody can be put stuff on their YouTube channel. What I'm doing is nothing special. Anybody can go live or put videos or put live streams. Or anybody can do it. There's no requirement. You can put up playlists. I gotta use the bathroom pretty soon. Not a lot of people on this trail. Only that horse, a few bikes. When I was in Padstow, there was a lot of people on the trail. That was the start of it. It's actually a pretty nice day again, so. Camel, what is this? Camel Trail Tea Garden, all day lunches, Cornish cream tea. I haven't had the cream tea yet. 2 miles. But the question is it off the trail or on the trail? Okay, quick, I need my research team. Is this on the trail or off the trail? Camel Trail Tea Garden. I don't really want to walk off the trail too much. By the sounds of it, it's on the trail, but it has like an arrow. Like it's going down a road or something. Yeah, go down a road. Yeah, I want to try the cream tea. Another local specialty I haven't tried yet. Okay, that's 2 miles ahead. We'll stop there. And I'm pretty well caffeinated, as you guys could probably tell, all that coffee I had. I had a big cup this morning and another big cup at Costa. So like 4 coffees, basically 4 espresso shots I've had. And we're gonna get some tea. Caffeine has basically replaced alcohol for me, you know. So it's not good to drink a ton of caffeine, but it doesn't do anything too bad to me. And anything, it just makes me stream better. I talk more and gets me real talkative. It's good for streaming. I have to use the bathroom anyways. I could just go on the tree, but hey, if there's a place coming up in a couple miles, I'll just go to the bathroom there. It's just like stones with tea. It sounds like some kind of special tea. Read some of your guys' comments here. Yeah, we could take a break there. Maybe we'll get some lunch. I haven't had all I had was like Twix bars, muffins, and Danish, 2 Danishes. So it's all been sweets. Maybe we'll just get lunch there. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind like an English pie or something like that right now. Like a steak and kidney pie or something. Something like that. I don't want fish and chips. I've had that twice already. I don't want anything sandwich related. Something, yeah, something hearty. I feel pretty good. It's not that I don't feel good. It's just that I got to keep eating. I got to eat something soon. So all I had is sweets today. Nice little picnic table. Yeah, Guinness pie. You look out for a water tap. Maybe it's up here. I see some people getting water. Is this the water tap? It's like an old train station here. See, a train used to come through here. It's an old train stop. Looking forward to riding the trains in England. Haven't done that yet. I'm a big train enthusiast. It's like just a picnic table. Oh, I don't see any water tap. It's an old train stop. Yeah, I've had English breakfast, which I've had that many times in my life. So here's the Groggly Halt train station. It's called Groggly Halt. Got one sip of water left. It's getting too hot for this hat. I'm gonna put it away. It's getting warm. Seen any baby wolves? I don't know, but I heard something the other night. Probably foxes. There's a lot of foxes in England. I was probably just camping next to a fox den. Baby foxes. But they could have been badgers. Who knows? They were making some kind of noise, some kind of sound like they were crying for their mother. It's like, I'm getting out of here. Because, you know, if it was a badger, it could have been out getting food. It came back, it could have got pissed off. I'm camping 5 feet away from the badger den. And I would have been in no position to defend myself laying down in a bivvy. It takes a couple minutes to get out of that damn thing. I would have been not too good. I mean, at least you're on your feet. You can run or climb a tree or kick it or something. But you're defenseless laying on the ground in a bag. You're fresh meat for that thing. And it has a casus belli. You know, you're in its territory, close to its cubs. It has the right to basically kick your ass. So I just did what any animal would do. I moved. I respected the territory of the other animals. But unfortunately, I put myself in a bad situation. Then I was out dark, wandering on a very treacherous trail at night, trying to get out the trail for like 3 miles. Yeah, we are apex predators only because of our, not because of our bodies. Like, yeah, we're kind of big relative to other animals, but we don't have the most powerful claws or jaws or bite. We're not the fastest, not the best climbers. We're like pretty bad at everything actually, compared to other animals. We have the best brains. We use tools and spears and guns. It's like we just figured out how to use our, like we could grab our whack if we had to, a big boulder, and fight off the badger, you know. We had the best brains. We're bad at everything else. The Homo sapiens. Even a little badger that's 1/10 our weight could kick our ass. So, you know, a human with a spear can take on a lion, but that's humans using its brains. It's not really because of innate, you know, physical abilities. And there's, you know, tribes in Africa that still do that today, that can defend themselves against lions. You know, they know how to use their spear, and if they're getting charged, they put the spear in the ground, they still like that, and it's just gonna fall on the spear, you know. They're getting attacked. Oh, a lion would destroy five of the strongest men on earth. A lion would destroy them with no weapons. Wouldn't even be a challenge. But you give them each a small weapon, anything, then it's an even match, or they win. And you give them a big weapon like a spear or gun, and then it's obviously not much of a contest. Like gladiators, the Romans used to put gladiators, like they would get elephants and rhinos and lions from, like, they would import them from Africa at huge expense and stuff, and put them in the ring with gladiators and stuff, you know. But the gladiators had armor and weapons, and it was still like a close match. Sometimes the lion won, sometimes the gladiator won. And you know, the gladiators also were obviously really, really tough. That's what they had to be, or they were to survive. You know, they were dead. The strongest moved on. You know, the rest. It was I think not every gladiatorial match lasted until death. Some, like, maybe it was a wound, or it was I don't know, but a lot of them did. Yeah, honey badger will take on any beast irrespective of size, especially if it's defending its pups. Even more so. Ghost Fred says, my mom's family has been here since the 1700s. Yeah, a lot of people have come in the chat and said they have roots or family from Cornwall. Which makes a lot of sense, because, like, you know, people, when they say they migrated from England to other parts of the world, whether it's Australia or New Zealand or America, Canada, Africa, South Africa. They could have came from, who knows where they came from in England, but I bet you Cornwall was always a province that shipped, people left it, you know, because it's a nice place. It's got some, you know, nice, it's got a lot of coastline. For one, it's got a lot of coastline, so it's easier to leave just because you're already close to port. But it's the kind of place, like, it had some agriculture and mining, but it's the kind of place, so it's like, it's not a poor place, but it's not like it didn't have industry and, you know, big cities. And so there's a place that it was like, had a lot of big families, but the people moved on because there was no other farmland for them. They moved on to other parts of the world. Like Ireland was like that, Scotland was like that. And I bet you Cornwall was like that a lot too. It sent forth lots of sons and daughters all over the world. Because Cornwall has traditionally not been very, you know, not much industry here. It had some mining and it had some agriculture, that was it. And same as kind of like Ireland, you know. Ireland didn't have a lot of industry either. But now it's got a tourism money and retirement money. It's doing very well with that. So tourism and retirees have replaced agriculture and mining and fishing. Also, Wales is like that too. Yeah, Wales is, well, Wales had a lot of coal mining. They were the coal mining capital of the world at one point because they had all this coal very close to the sea. So it was perfect for the steamships and stuff. And they had a lot of it. So Wales was actually a big part of the Industrial Revolution. But you know, there were a lot of coal areas in Britain. So that's not just Wales. They had a big abundance of coal. They were actually, in that book I read, England's #2 export behind like clothing and cotton as late as like 1914 was coal. As late as World War I was coal. So England had like so much coal, they were using a ton of it themselves, and they were able to export it all around the world. Because a lot of countries like France doesn't have a lot of coal. So they could ship it to France, and they basically just sold a lot of coal to rocks from the ground. So they had a huge, that was their #2 export, was coal, Canada. I mean, not Canada, England, UK, as late as like 1910 or something, World War I. And the top industry was always cotton and textiles. I mean, not cotton, but textiles. England never produced cotton, but they imported it and they turned it into clothing in Manchester and Lancashire and stuff. They became the premier clothing manufacturer of the world. Because before then, clothing was, you know, expensive and it was difficult. It wasn't easy to replace. And it was produced in a small local scale, just like people knitting and stuff. Farmers, their wives would be knitting and trying to make stuff, you know, home. It was produced in a very time intensive but it was England that, before England, India had somewhat of a mass production of clothing. But yeah, England took it to a whole nother level. But a lot of that was through like skill and ingenuity that India had such a good textile industry. Whereas England was with machines and, you know, industry and steam power. The Indians were just so good at producing textiles, so they'd done it so long and they had such great techniques, and to this day they still are. But the machines they used in the facilities were quite simple, you know, simple thing. Aqua Mark says, fact, Cornwall is famous for tin mines. Moroccans came over in caravans for the tin. That's why we use the word caravan UK today. Yeah, they're famous for tin. They had copper and tin. A lot of copper and tin was mined here. I walked by a couple on that coastal trail. I saw a couple signs. like 1 mile, you walk on the trail to the east. There was like a tin mine or something. I kind of wish I would have went and seen it. And my shoes are getting a little bit more muddy this time, like a black sort of mud. There's a brown mud over it. So we're getting a kaleidoscope of mud colors on our shoes. It was coated in brown mud. Now we're getting like, we got a kaleidoscope of dirt. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It was actually kind of cold and rainy this morning in Tintagel. It's a beautiful day today. I'm glad I'm on this trail again, hiking. Maybe I should just do another hike somewhere else in England instead of going to London. Just go to London for a day or two. I like walking. See, this is much more enjoyable than city walking, because city walking, you're constantly dodging cars and crossing streets. If I was walking straight in a city like in London, I constantly have to cross streets and stuff. And you got constantly pedestrians around you and walking, things in the way. I mean, I like exploring cities, but this is so much more relaxing and peaceful, especially when you're streaming. Because you're streaming, you need to talk, and it becomes kind of stressful to stream in a city, walking around like this. I mean, you could fall into a sewer or trip, or there's a lot of obstacles in cities. There's cars, parked cars, there's bikes, there's people everywhere, there's streets you gotta cross. It's just, walking 10 miles in a city, you might have to cross like 200 streets. But walking 10 miles here, it's that on top of a lot of other things. So it's so much more peaceful, and you're just out in nature. But I think it's better content in cities. There's a lot more stuff to see. There's not really a lot to see out here. It's beautiful, but it's you don't have a lot of stuff to look at. It's just this trail and trees, and sometimes we see something kind of cool, but it's so much more relaxing and peaceful. But you guys seem to like these hiking streams, so I mean, it's kind of maybe a win-win for me. Maybe I don't have to stream in cities too much. Not that, I mean, I still like streaming in cities. I'm not against streaming in cities. I'm just saying this is so much more relaxing. Yeah, like you're not going to meet too many characters out in these trails like Rio, You have to go in the towns and cities for that. But the good thing about these trails, they go through a lot of small towns. That I kind of like too. It's towns you wouldn't normally see. So it's another plus side. Another plus. We got Camel Valley, award-winning quality wines. We got a vineyard here, vineyard side of the game. Let's go check it out. Family owned since 1989. Ian says London has pathways that cross the whole city. That's cool. I didn't know that. There's probably a lot of stuff in London. I don't know much about the city. They got this thing in New York they built. It was after I left the city, like maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago. It's an old elevated rail line. It's right in Manhattan. And they turn it into like a walk and bike way. I think it's like 4 miles long or something. But it's elevated, so you're like walking up, 40 feet above the city, above the streets and stuff. That's really cool. I like to do that. It's called the High Line, I think. But I've never seen it because like I haven't really been in New York in 20 years. I used to live there for 4 or 5 months. I used to visit there once in a while when I was younger. I lived in DC. I take the bus there for a weekend, check it out, hang out. But and then I lived there but I haven't really been back much since the last 20 years, so I haven't seen any new developments. I'm wanting to go back to New York to live stream, but it's just gotten so expensive. You know, when I used to go to New York when I was like 20 years old, I just go hang out, stay in a hostel for a couple nights. They have the exact same hostels they had 23 years ago in 2000, before 9/11. It's like, it's a city of 8 million people, countless buildings, and they got all the same. It's like if you look for hostels in New York, it's like YMCA, Jazz on the Park, which is up by Harlem. I used to stay at the Jazz in the Park. It used to be like $15 a night, $10 a night. Now it's like $60 a night. And there's 1 or 2 more, and that's it. There's other ones that kind of come and go. They go out of business quickly, but there's like 4 hostels in the whole city. There's like a few other ones, a couple other ones. There's a hosteling association one. I never stayed at that place. That's always been expensive. So it's I mean, it's crazy as much of one of the great cities of the world, and so much it gets actually a lot of tourism. I mean, America doesn't get a lot of tourism, but New York does, international and U.S. based, and because there's a lot of money in hostels. Like, I just stayed with a hostel. He's just had a very small place. It's like maybe I think he said he has like 10 beds plus 2 or 3 private rooms. Maybe more, maybe 12 beds and 2 private rooms. So it's not much. He just runs everything himself. But, you make 30 pounds per bed times 10. That's 350 pounds. And you got private rooms. And, you maybe got some a few other things. You can make it, when it's booked out, it's 400 or 500 pounds a night. Just a little place, a little house. Now imagine an apartment block turn into a big hostel with hundreds of rooms. You can't tell me there's not money in that. For some reason, like I said, America always comes up short when it comes to accommodation, hotels, hostels. I just don't understand how you could build some capsule hotels, anything. Give us a place to stay. I don't know if it's regulations or what, but must be some kind of regulations that makes it very difficult to make hotels and hostels. Yeah, like when I was there 20 years ago, Vincent, or 25, sometimes I stayed in there were some random hostels. They're not around anymore. Like back then, there might have been like 20 hostels. Because I remember staying in some places, like, down at Chelsea or way up in the upper, like, we're little hostels, and like those are gone. And the few that are left are like ones that have been around forever, and they're like 3 or 4 times the price of what they were 20 years ago. We got a super chat here. I think I missed. Where's it at? Matt, 5 British pounds. Thank you very much. Matt asks, Charlie, does it ever feel awkward sleeping in a hostel dorm with strangers? I don't know if I could do it. I'd have to get a private room. Well, that's your first instinct. Anytime you go in a hostel. Well, I got to explain something. First, there's 2 types of hostels. So there's some that give you more of privacy, like you get your bed. You could be in a bunk bed or in a kind of a capsule type situation. You got a curtain. So you could be a bunk bed and you got a curtain. So you're very kind of private, even though those people are around you. But I was in a hostel the last 2 nights with basically no privacy. We're just in bunk beds, no curtains, nothing. And it was fine. Like, it's a little weird at first because I actually hadn't slept in a hostel like that in a while. Usually I go for the ones with curtains and stuff. But, like, everybody's respectful. Nobody's trying to make noise. And, you just get to sleep. It's like, it's not too bad. It's not bad. And, and it forces you to talk and meet people. Like, there's a very social kind of vibe in hostels. Some of them. Some hostels are social. Like that one was, I was in, but not all of them are. Yeah, big ups, Matt. Thanks very much. Yeah, that was yeah, I had 2 good nights of sleep, but it's still like a lot of times you'd rather have a private room. So I recommend doing a mix. Like right tonight, I want a private room. I don't want to stay in a hostel. I want to clean my stuff. You know, like it's kind of hard to, because you kind of need your own space to do a lot of things. And so you could do a mix. You know, sometimes stay in hostels, sometimes, and there's all age ranges that stay in hostels. It's not just, you know, young backpackers. Like I saw 5 people in my room. There was one guy, he was a kayaker. I think he was a college grad. He was maybe 25. He was the youngest. And it was me. That German guy was probably in his 30s. And there was an older couple the first night sleeping there, a man and a woman. They were maybe in my age, 40s, maybe late 30s. So, and I've seen like, you know, 70-year-old retirees in hostels in the past and stuff. So yeah, it's not just for the young. But, you know, it's for the adventurous. And you can meet people. It's a different experience. It can seem awkward, but you know, first. But yeah, a lot of the people that stay in hostels, they stay at them all the time, so they're used to that and used to the experience. But you know, a lot of times when you're traveling, not every place has hostels. Like when you're in bigger cities, yeah, there's hostels. But when you're out like in smaller cities and stuff, some places. There's a lot of places don't have hostels, so it's not like it's the perfect solution. It's an option, you know. But and it's like I wouldn't want to stay in hostels every night, anyways. Maybe, you know, sometimes. Like Pattaya had 2,000 hotel rooms. They used to not have any hostels 10 years ago. Now I think they have a few out of 2,000. Also, hostels can come in all shapes and sizes. Like that was a pretty unique hostel. It was pretty cool because he had a huge outdoor common area. He had a wood burning stove. He had like he had the outdoor garden, and he had this big room with all these couches, and it was like a wood burning stove. And he was a really cool guy, the guy that runs that place. Awesome dude. And you know, he shows you around. There was a kitchen. Kitchen was free to use for everybody. You could cook your own food. That was a really cool hostel. Because it was even small, not a lot of rooms, but it was very community, very sociable, very friendly. You know, it all starts with the host. If it's just some dude, like a lot of the hostels you'll see in Asia, it's just somebody trying to make money. So it's just a boss. They divide up a bunch of rooms, a bunch of bunk beds. They don't care, you know, about the travelers or anything. They get a couple employees, and it's just a money-making operation. But that guy, he's the host and the owner, and he really cares about the travelers and his hostel. And that's the best kind of hostel, you know. He made duck for us last night, free duck. I was like, but another cool thing about hostels is they have facilities that even expensive hotels don't have. Like sometimes some of the bigger hostels, because they have so many people, there's like really nice common areas. There's jacuzzis and pool tables, and you know, a nice big kitchen to use, a laundry room. All stuff you wouldn't get in any sort of hotel. So sometimes the common areas are really nice. You know, there's a big pool or something. That's another, and sometimes they give you free breakfast. So sometimes you get a lot for your money with a hostel, you know. But like I said, they come in I've seen some like miserable hostels in Asia, like in Bali, like slum hostels, like $3 a night. I didn't stay in them. I was just, you know, it's like looking to do hotel reviews, looking around, and it was like some poor backpackers just like laying on the ground, you know, like broke or something. This $3 a night hostel. They're like, you know, they were from Europe or something, but just off slum hostels, you know. But so hostels come in there's like luxury type hostels. We saw a luxury hostel in Medellin. Had an awesome rooftop. It was like a party place. It's like beautiful hostel. Hostel can be anything. Just like a hotel, a hostel can be anything. It's very similar in scenery and geography to the Ohio trails I've done. Very cool. Kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, but like I said, some hostels can actually be quite luxurious. So it's all like you could do a whole channel on hostels just because they're interesting. There's like different subcultures and different kinds of people. You know, every hostel is like unique and different. The thing is, like I said, hosteling in general is kind of a dying business. It's like because a lot of the new day travelers are not backpackers of old. They just want to stay in their own room. They want their own privacy, or they're, you know, they're. So hostels in general aren't that big in the world as they used to be. Well, I don't know. I guess it's the same because tourism in general is booming, but hostels like maybe staying the same. It's not growing nor declining. But relative to tourism, it's declining. So if tourism numbers weren't going up, hostels would be going down, but hostels are going even just because tourism numbers are going up. So they get some of the overflow traffic. But in some parts of the world, hostels actually are doing quite well. I think in South America and Mexico, they have a vibrant, the young people there like hostels, and the travelers, they like to backpack. They can't afford more expensive hotels, so I've seen in Latin America, hostels are doing pretty well. And whenever I see them, it's mostly like, they seem like to be full of Latinas and Latinos. Like that hostel in Cancun I stayed at, had like 400 beds. It had like free breakfast in a prime spot on the beach, only $12 a night. You know, you got laundry facilities, you got pools. But the only guy that really has covered hostels a lot is Chris Travels. Of all the travelers, like none of these travelers ever stay in hostels. He's the only one. So YouTube and social media hasn't really helped hostels. Open for cream teas. Yeah, Chris is the only one, only hostel of all the 500 travel vloggers on YouTube. 500 say of significant size, say a few thousand plus subscribers. Chris Travels is the only one that consistently stays in hostels that I'm aware of. There might be a couple others, but not aware of. All right, we got all day lunches. Let's go take a break here. Soup and rolls. I don't know what a lot of this stuff is. Cornish bacon, bap. It's a pretty nice place, right off the trail. And we got a fruit tree here, apple tree. Okay, I have to use the restroom. Restroom number 1, then we get some food. Okay, there's restrooms over there. Let's set my phone down and we'll go restroom. All right, let's go get something ordered here. Oh, wrist. Wrist is still pretty sore. I think this is gonna be okay. Not gonna get infected. I've had that for like 3 days now. You just have to watch it. Soup of the day. I think I'll get some soup. Apple fruit cake. Maybe some like a pastry, some tea, and some soup. Cornish crab salad. That sounds pretty good, but ooh, 19 pounds. Let me see here. Goat's cheese, beetroot, and walnut salad. Maybe get something healthy like this. We'll get dinner later, just like a snack.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Brilliant. That's yours as well. You want me to eat it? It's just confirmation of your lunch. You hire? No food or anything, but take one, just in. Or just something for it.
What's a bacon bap? What is that? Bacon bap? I've never heard that before. Bacon on a roll. Looks like a sausage roll.
Thank you.
Oh, bap is a bread roll. I think I'll get a soup. I think it's served with a roll. So just a soup and like a tap water. Just a quick bite to eat. Quick snack and move on. Get a big dinner later or something. Not really that hungry.
Hiya. There's a menu there, okay? There's today's soup is homemade leek potato.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah.
Won't come with a roll.
Ah, sorry, I must apologise. No, it's not leek potato today. It's homemade butternut squash.
That sounds pretty good too.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
One soup. Brilliant.
Does that come with a roll?
A roll and butter, yeah.
And just a glass, give it like a glass of tap water. And then just a quick bite to eat.
Obviously, anything extra later, just sort of. That's $5.95. 6 packs, okay, thank you. Cheers, enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
I got a soup roll and some tap water coming. All right, here guys, the soup of the day. Can you guys guess what the Yeah, the cream tea is it's scones. Somebody explained it. It's like 2 scones with the cloudy cream and a pot of tea. 9 pounds. It's so. I'm just gonna get the soup. You guys know what the soup of the day is? Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess what the soup of the day is? Oh, you guys heard it. Yeah, it's butternut squash. You must have heard it. Now, first he said potato and leek, but it was he was mistaken. He said it was butternut squash. Either one sounds pretty good. Yeah, it comes with a roll and butter. So it'd be a nice little snack. Pretty nice pit stop here. I would get a coffee or something. I just already had a lot of coffee. I don't need any more. It's good if I hadn't had that Costa coffee, I would have came here. You know, there's a lot of trails around the world. Like there's trails in Ireland, a bunch more trails in the UK, trails all over America. I don't know, man. Maybe this is my thing. Like I said, it's much more peaceful and enjoyable than streaming in cities. If I get like a good tent, I could keep expenses down with the tent. Camping. Camping, say 40% of the time. You know the best soup I ever had in my life? Can anybody guess? Well, let's not include Thailand in this because Thailand has some. That's what they're all about is their soups. The Tom Yam Goong. They got some amazing. The best soup I ever had is in Thailand. But excluding Thailand, can anybody guess what country? The best soup I ever had. What country is the best soup I ever had? I remember it to this day. Not what kind of soup, but what country was the soup in? No, I'm excluding Thailand, Truth Warrior, because like I said, Thai cuisine is all about soup's a big part of it, and they got some amazing soups. But I love those soups too. But excluding that, excluding Thailand, what country? India's got amazing food, but they're not really into soups that much. They're not really into. Seem like they're into soups. See if anybody got it so far. That's not India. But yeah, India has amazing food. I don't remember eating any amazing soups in India. Can't recall. I don't think they had much in soup. I don't think anybody's got it. Nobody's got it yet. Nobody's got it. No, there's good soups in Colombia and Mexico. They both had, but the best I ever had was this minestrone soup I ate in Italy. So nobody got it in the city of Genoa. It's like 20 years ago. Best soup I ever had. It was like a pub too. It was like his pub. And it's like I was like asking for a menu. There was like nobody in there, and they're like, "Oh, we have a soup today." The guy said, "He's spoken English." Like, all right. He gave me this amazing minestrone soup, but it was green. It wasn't tomato based like the usual tomato. was like a different kind of minestrone soup. It was amazing stuff. It's like all green. In the city of Genoa, Italy. Oh, I love borscht. Yeah, but I've never been to Ukraine. I've made borscht before, but there is a lot of good soups around the world, so the bar is pretty high. But yeah, that was, I think, my favorite ever. The minestrone, and it was like a green minestrone. It wasn't like kidney beans and what you usually get. It was like completely different in Genoa. Yeah, I love borscht too, but I haven't had proper borscht. I don't think it's not easy to find in America. I've never been to Ukraine. I've only had it like in Pattaya. It was like so not that great, because you know Pattaya there's a lot of Russians and stuff. Yeah, maybe they used green tomatoes. I know there's a lot of herbs and stuff, but whatever they did, it was really good. Yeah, I like French onion soup. Yeah. No, it wasn't Italian wedding soup. It was some kind of probably local thing. Yeah. I got lucky that day. It was like kind of cold and rainy too. Yeah, it was like maybe a pesto. I don't know, but it was good. Yeah, well, yeah, Mad Max is why I asked the question. So because it was a type of minestrone soup, but I was asking what country, not what type of soup. What country was it from? And what country did I eat it? Actually, one of my favorite soups is my family makes some pretty badass chicken noodle soup. Different people. It's like a recipe that's been passed down. There's some great soups in America too, but that's a tough one. That chicken noodle soup rates up there too. That's not something you'd find at a restaurant. Hey, how's it going? Wow, this is like a meal. It's a big loaf of bread. All right, thank you. Nice. Brought me a tap water, so pretty economical eating. I just get the tap water and got a loaf of bread, some butter, some nice butternut squash soup. Another kind of soup I like is broccoli and cheddar. You guys ever had broccoli cheddar soup? My dad makes a pretty good ham and bean soup with a crock pot. He's got, that's pretty good, ham and bean. He makes that, if he's in the OG in the chat, OG Billy. He makes a good chili and a good ham and bean soup. Some other stuff too he makes pretty good. Hey, big ups, guys. I usually leave my hat on while I'm eating because you get cool sitting outside eating. You're sitting down. When you're walking, you get hot. This is very squashy soup. It's like eating soup squash. I didn't know they had squash in England. I thought squash was like an American thing. Maybe they import it here. They grow it some. It's Indian food, American Indian food. Squash is from North America, pretty sure. Get a little more, get a little salt in there. It's pretty good. Patrick McGill says the best soups and broths are in Scotland. I'll have to try it out someday. Yeah, the Chinese have a lot of good soups too. Japan, not so much. Like Japan's got, they just like eat a lot of miso soup, which is that's their main thing. They eat it with every meal. It's a probiotic soup. I like miso soup, but it's a supplementary thing, sort of like you know, some cabbage or a little salad on the side of your plate. It's not a main part of the meal. The bread in Cornwall is really good. It's really hearty, good bread. Squash was being grown here before North America was founded. I didn't know that. I just always thought it was from North America. I guess I was wrong about that. Yeah. Maybe it's pumpkins. Pumpkins are from North America. Something's from, I know there's a lot of stuff that's from the Americas, like tomatoes and chocolate, corn. A lot of plants originated, the chili pepper, but I thought squash was one. Maybe it's pumpkins. You're not going to tell me tomatoes were from being grown here before. That was part of the Atlantic exchange. They weren't known before America was discovered. Well, corn actually originated in Mexico, and it's one of the oldest cultivated plants in human history. It goes back to like 7,000 BC, as does the chili pepper. They're both first cultivated in Mexico, and the civilizations were built on it. The Aztecs and many others. And to this day, Mexico still has a lot of corn. It was America that really, America really just grows one type of corn, though, you know. And a lot of it's genetically modified now too. But Mexico still has like yellow corn, blue corn, and red corn, and all kinds of ancient. And they're also very against the genetically modified corn. They've been growing corn for 9,000 years. It's the oldest cultivated plant in the world, as is the chili pepper. They're both about back to the same time. So you have the likes of like Monsanto trying to tell Mexico, like, oh, we own your corn. we own it. We got it genetically patented. They've been growing it for 9,000 years. Potatoes come from Peru. They didn't have potatoes either before the Atlantic Exchange. They come from the Andes. And the Europeans gave us cattle and pigs. There were no hogs in North America prior. Hogs were like an invasive species all over the world. The Europeans brought them because they'd bring them on ships, you know, as like a source of food, and then they'd breed them in the islands and stuff, the Caribbean islands. But prior to the Europeans bringing them, there weren't pigs in a lot of places. And cattle comes from the dairy cattle, all these different, it all comes from Europe too. Like there were buffalo in North America, but there weren't cattle prior to the, there weren't goats, I believe. Goats or lamb either. Maybe there were goats, but I'm not sure about that one. There weren't sheep though. So the Europeans brought a lot of animal husbandry. Some plants as well too. Am I hitting a big city eventually? Maybe tomorrow? Next city is Bodmin on the trail here. It's the biggest city we've been in since Newquay. 10,000 people. Next city. Yeah, I could catch a train up tonight from Bodmin. I don't have to stay the night in Bodmin. Does anybody know what time the trains leave from Bodmin to Plymouth? What's the last train? Because there might not be a cheap hotel in Bodmin. Oh, the Europeans brought squash. That's something, I learned something there. I didn't know that. Yeah, big ups. I always thought squash was an American plant. Ulf is saying, it says on Wikipedia that squash is a New World plant. Okay, so CC is right. Okay, we're getting a mix of, Ulf is contradicting you guys. Yeah, I always thought it was food that Indians ate, you know, the Native Americans or Native tribes. I think I already paid. Yeah, I already paid. Okay. All right, let's head out, guys. Yep.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, we're getting some information here. 11 pounds for the train. That's cheap. Last train Bodmin to Plymouth is 2020, 10 o'clock. We got plenty of time. So the trains run pretty late. I like that. Trains run late in England. Man, I like England's nice to travel. There's like public restrooms, nice little places. So the food and drink is expensive, but you know, there's hostels, there's cheap hotels. I've gotten some deals on hotels already, 35 pounds a night. So like England's a good country to travel in. You got trails, you got all kinds of stuff. Beaches, even beaches here. In the summer, those beaches are probably awesome. You can speak the language, people, communicate, meet cool people like Rio here when you're on your travels. Let's check out this horse. You can, if you like drinking beer, I mean, one of the best beer countries in the world, right up there with Germany and Belgium. Hey, horsey. Hey, little horsey. Yeah, it's a great. I didn't want to come to England because of I thought I'd be tempted to drink beer, but I'm doing all right without it. And drink a non-alcoholic beer occasionally. You see, the weather is not that bad here. It's like, it's not that cold. Just bring a rain jacket with you, and it's not that terrible weather. It's maybe not come here in the winter, but you come here in spring or fall. It's pretty nice. You might come here, you get a batch of like 2 weeks of just bad, rainy, cool weather. That would suck. I'm for sure that's quite possible. But we've had pretty good weather so far. So it does rain a lot in England. But I think a lot of tourists do come to the UK. Not a lot, but what's the international number of tourists that come to the UK? It's probably not that much. Like, it's probably 10 million, which is a lot. I think I heard a statistic. Maybe it's 10 million. Thailand gets 40 million now. 15 years ago, Thailand used to only get 10 million too. But tourism has boomed so much that they're getting like 40 million international tourists a year. You know, some of those tourists are only like, they just come from a weekend from China and stuff. So that inflates the numbers a lot. But I imagine the UK only gets like 10 million, which is quite a lot. I mean, Colombia gets 5 million international tourists a year. But the thing is, I think all those tourists, they all go to London, just a few places like London and Stonehenge, and that's it. Maybe some go to Scotland because there's a lot of people of Scottish ancestry all over the world. So they, you know, there's a special connection there. But I'm guessing it's heavily focused just on a few places. Maybe a little bit Liverpool because the Beatles, you know, occasionally. It's like there's a huge, amazing country to explore here. Yeah, Edinburgh gets a lot. That's in Scotland. But how many tourists? Okay, Stinky is saying 31 million. Okay, no, I forgot. Yeah, all these European countries get a lot because they get a lot of Europeans. They get a lot of French and Germans because they're close by. It's the same thing with France. Like France gets 70 million, but it's a lot of people just coming from Germany and Italy and stuff for like a day or two. It's like that really inflates the numbers. See, that statistic, it needs to exclude people under a week. So people transferring in airports for a stopover for a night, it needs to exclude all that because I think all that stuff is counted in the numbers. Like they have to stay for a week plus. Then you'd have much better statistics. But there's no statistic for that, so you just have it's a guessing game. But it seems like, I mean, I'm just looking at Americans, like where would Americans go when they come to the UK? It seems like they only go to London, Stonehenge, and maybe some to Scotland or Wales if they have ancestors in Wales. People like to go where they have ancestors. So a lot of Americans have ancestors from Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England. So if they have like ancestors in, you know, Cornwall or Lancashire, they might go there. But other than that, they just go to like London and Stonehenge. I'm thinking about Americans. For Europeans, they might go anywhere, you know. Europeans go anywhere. Like that German guy I met hiking. They're a little more adventurous, a little more off the beaten path. Stay in hostels, the European travelers. Yeah, Spain got 72 million tourists. That's true, but you know, I think a lot of those tourists are just people. Yeah, like I think Spain, France, and Italy are top in the world as far as international tourist numbers. But a lot of those figures are inflated, just like neighboring countries. Like if a Frenchman goes to Spain, that counts. Like he just goes from like Marseille for like Barcelona for a couple days. It really inflates their numbers because all these countries are next to each other. Like for people to have to go to like the UK, the United States or Canada, or Indonesia, they have to cross, you know, they have to, it's a bit, or Australia, they're out of the way. So like Australia's numbers are way lower than if Australia was right next to like Spain and France, had shared borders with it, and Europe, it would have much more tourism. But because it's isolation, it has a lot less. You know. So it's really the European countries, their proximity to other countries, that makes them have such big tourism numbers. But so a lot of those trips are very short trips, just a few days and stuff. Weekend trips, this, that. Like there's a lot of British people that fly to Dublin. That's why I couldn't get a hotel. Because you got like stag parties and British men and stuff. They just go there to party in the weekend. Because the cheap flights are so cheap, they get like $40 round trip. They fly from Manchester or Birmingham or wherever. They fly there for the weekend just to drink and party for 2 days and go right back for work the next day. They take like Friday off, they go fly there on the weekend, you know. And that gets counted in the tourism numbers. A lot of that kind of stuff goes on. Because they have like super cheap flights to Dublin. Look. Yeah, 117 million visit France, but you have to look at France. Like, one, they get a lot of international tourists, a lot of Americans and Chinese visit. You know, Paris is world renowned. But then they get a lot of cross-border visits. So they border Germany, Italy, Spain, England, and the lowlands, which is Belgium and Holland. So they border 5 major European population centers and nations. So they get all that, really inflates people. You know, people from Belgium and Netherlands come down. It's just a hop, skip, and jump. People from Germany cross over. People from Italy and Spain, UK. It's like all that gets counted. So I don't really buy that. Like, yeah, if they got that many tourists, but like, how many of those tourists are spending 2 weeks plus? Very few of them, I bet, in France. It's not quality tourism. It's just more like cross-border, short visits. Like Thailand's tourism, that 40 million. Yeah, they're getting some of that too. Like there's people doing short trips from China and stuff, short tours, like 3, 4, 5 day tours. But a lot of that is quality tourism. They get a lot of people staying, not just a couple weeks, like months. So Thailand really has got the tourism game. So their 40 million, I think, is much more quality because the length of time tourists spend in the country. Tourists don't want to leave. They want to, you know, not many people are just going to Thailand for 3 days. I mean, there are some, like, say, the neighboring countries that come down just for a few days, but if you're flying from Europe or Australia to Thailand, you're not just staying 3 days. You're probably staying at least 2 weeks. Spending a boatload of cash, probably. Footpath only. A lot of retirements going to Thailand for 20 years, exactly. You're essentially a 20-year tourist. Whereas that France number is just like people driving through, spending one night in a hotel or something, having a breakfast, driving from Belgium to Spain or something, or just visiting a neighboring town for a couple of days, Strasbourg in Germany, or Nice for Italians. Mexico had 40 million. See, a lot of that number is inflated too. That's not a lot of quality. Like there are some Americans and Canadians that go down, some of them go down there for 6 months at a time. They just spend the winter down there. But a lot of that's just like cross-border. It's like Americans going to buy like pills and stuff at the pharmacies for like, spend one night there. It's like border towns. That number is very inflated. Well, like there's a lot of guys, Southern California, because LA and San Diego is right next to Tijuana, just across the border. But LA is pretty close too. So for decades, guys from LA and stuff will go down to Tijuana, and that counts in their tourism. They just go there for like one night sometimes, you know, not even one night sometimes. They just cross the border and return the same day. Go like party, drink, come back at night, get in their car, or just, you know, whatever they're doing. I don't know, but. There's another stat, like there's a tourism, it's only account for a week or plus, or 2 weeks plus. What's the tourism numbers then? Or another way to look at it is get rid of tourism from neighboring countries. That doesn't count. Because you actually have to cross some oceans or other countries to get to that country. If you get rid of neighboring traffic, the numbers will look a lot different. You use either one of those metrics, that would completely change the numbers. Or use them both. Because then you're looking at real destination tourism, where people in their country, they have to cross some sort of distance. They're not just hopping across the border, you know. Then you get more, a better number of destination tourism. Yeah, Turkey has a big thing going on tourism. And see, a lot of their tourism is quality tourism as well. Because they get people flying from Russia, from Europe, crossing big distances, and they go there to spend a couple weeks or a week. Mostly they either go to the beaches, there's a lot of beaches, or they go to Istanbul, or a combination of both. But Turkey has some other interesting sites too that backpackers go to and stuff. But like those cave system in Anatolia, there's some other big sites. But Egypt would have. Egypt's a country that has an amazing tourist potential. Like they got the pyramids. They actually got some nice beaches on the Red Sea and stuff. Some beach resorts have sprung up. There's a exotic culture. You know, it's Cairo looks like a pretty exotic city. Egypt can be doing amazing. It's just that their police and government and a lot of the street hustlers are all assholes. The people hassling tourists, all the hagglers, and people are swearing off Egypt. There's just too many assholes there. Like they're not even just like street hustlers. They're just like mean and aggressive, and like they'll spit on women and stuff. And I've heard countless bad stories. The police confiscate your camera, you can't get it back, and just like it's turned into a nightmare country. Sorry to say, but that country, because its location, it's got all of Europe, Russia. It's got great weather. It's got desert. You know, it's got pyramids. They could be making bank off tourism. Tourists still go there, but they're ruining it. They could be doing way better tourism. You know, you get people maybe even from Asia flying over there, and India and stuff. It's not that far. But it's just like if I was here and the pyramids were up there and I tried to walk to the pyramids 2 miles, I would have maybe like 100 really of the meanest street touts in the world. You know, maybe not all of them are mean, but a lot of them are. A good portion of them are. And it just turns into a nightmare, and all harassing you, trying to get you to do this, that. Like, I'll take you on a tour guide, I'll take you to this, and they won't leave you alone. They're like, you know, and they get, you know, you reject them, they don't like it, they get mad, and it's like, that's a big problem with Egypt. Because I was thinking about going there a couple times. I was reading a lot about it. I saw YouTube videos, and everybody's having the same experience. It's basically swearing the country off. It was like look up the best ever food show. He had a horrible nightmare experience there. He was just there trying. He's one of the biggest YouTubers, 10 million subs. He had a combination both with the street people and the authorities. Because it's not just the street touts. The police are really bad. The police and the authorities, even at the airport, right when you first get in the country. So they're really destroying their. I mean, they're going to get tourists anyways, and they are, but they could be doing 5 times better. Also, they're very paranoid. Like what I heard in Egypt, like 20, 30 years ago, used to be there were hotels all over the place, but the government has made it where they're just concentrated. Like in Cairo, it's just concentrated in a very small area. If you try to go outside that area and explore the city, it's like the police don't like that. They want to confine the tourists to a very small. They used to not do that. So they're just destroying their tourism potential. You know, it's a lot of money. Because, you know, Egypt's not a very wealthy country, and they have a very fast-growing population, 100 million plus, I think, now. So that tourism could, you know, pay for a lot of I mean, yeah, Egypt has, if you want to talk historic sites and monuments, I mean, you can't, Egypt's like the best in the world. I mean, it's like, and it's got, you know, amazing desert scenery. It's got amazing beach resorts. They're like the Russians are going there anyways. Like they don't care, danger. You put a beach with sun and hot weather, the Russians will go there. If it's within flying, you know. It's not too far. Like Brazil is too far for them, but Egypt, Thailand, Vietnam, they'll go there. So they could be, Egypt could be raking it in because they got. It's more than just corruption. There's also like, you know, there's hardcore. I don't want to get into it, but you know, let's change the subject. But you got fun. Okay, this was an old train station. It's called Dunman Halt. Welcome to the Borough Arms. Must be up this hill here or something. Carvery Saturday and Sunday. Family friendly, dog friendly. Large children's play area, bike racks. Another old railroad bridge. Mad Max says that train line finished in the 60s. Yeah, in the 60s, they closed a lot of the small lines down. I read about that. There are just budget cuts. It's a pretty good walk from Wadebridge to Bodmin, like 7 miles. It's a pretty good walk, but we'll be getting there soon. Imagine we're getting pretty close now. I would still like to go to Egypt someday, but I you know, even though I've never been there, I did experience the same thing in Morocco that people talk about. So I even had a knife pulled on me in the bus from a street tout. So I know exactly, and I've experienced that in other parts of the world. I experienced that in Delhi this last trip. Delhi, India is notorious for that. But Egypt's even worse, I think, because like it's not just the street touts. You also have to deal with the police and stuff, and the corrupt officials and stuff. So I would still like to go to Egypt someday, but and maybe it'll improve for the better. Maybe they'll get their act together and welcome tourists properly someday. Not think every tourist is a spy. Nice little waterfall. If they see that camera. There's a beautiful African travel vlogger. She's been around a long time. Her name, I think it's Mary. I forgot the name of her channel. Mary something. I think she's like a model, lives in Dubai. She's a very beautiful black lady. I've been subscribed to her a long time, but she travels the world and she goes to Egypt sometimes. She's been there a few times. Says she's never gone back after this last trip because the men harass her all the time, and just an awful experience. Like everything I hear from people is just awful. She looks like a Nubian queen. Beautiful lady. You guys know what I'm talking about? She has like 200,000 subs. She's a travel vlogger. She's based out of Dubai. I think she's American, but she lives in Dubai. Let's see here. Okay, where are we at here? Okay, we're getting to Bodmin, and it looks like, yeah, there is a train, but looks like the train line is very far from Bodmin. Very far. Yeah, Mary Jane, that's it. Sammy knows. Yeah, I saw her channel when I was it. Wow, a lot of you guys are queued up on the YouTube channels. Yeah, I watched one of her videos recently. She did not have nice things to say. A chick channel, you know, like she does a lot of shopping. She talks about shopping and stuff. She talks about makeup, you know, that kind of. So it's kind of a chick channel, but she does have some, you know, it's. I'm not just subscribed to men's channels. Like she has her own perspective, and it's interesting. It's interesting hearing her perspective when she talks about other countries and her experiences. And she's, you know, very pretty to look at. That always helps. So. Any country, any region can capitalize. Like look at Cornwall. Cornwall is capitalized on tourism. They got all these hotels and the food industry and all these tourists going to the beaches. And 90% plus of the tourists, I imagine, are just British. So they're not even getting international tourists, and they're making bank off tourism and retirees. So this is the 21st century. There's a mobile, you know, in the history of the world, there hasn't been this sort of mobile population with the flights and the technology and the smartphones where you can go anywhere at any time. And a lot of people's funding sources how they make money is not based on locality these days. Whether they're getting a pension or they're some sort of digital nomad, it's not based on their location, how they make money, which is a complete opposite of the history of the world. You made money where you were, whether you're a farmer or a miner, a factory worker. You couldn't just move. I mean, people are still like that, but there's this huge, massive, growing mass of humanity that can roam and go anywhere they want. Tourism, just general tourism. It's long-term tourism. So, you know, a guy that's a construction worker, but he has 4 months off, like say Jeff Lepard. You know, he's got 4 months out of the year. He can go wherever he wants, spend a lot of money. So there's this huge mass of humanity that's unprecedented in the history of the world. So any country, any city, America doesn't have. America is expensive, and it doesn't have a lot of stuff for travelers. You have to have a car to get around America. You don't have trains. You don't have a lot of, you know. So America is going to be a net exporter of this. You know, there's going to be countries that benefit. They're the importers. And then there's going to be, no, they're the exporters. And then there's the countries that are just, they're just sending out their people all over the world. And it's like a brain drain plus a money drain. They're not benefiting at all from this. America, Canada, they're going to be big, you know, exporters of money around the world and people. And the countries that benefit are places like Thailand, other countries with lower cost of living, beautiful scenery, you know, stuff like that. I believe most of Europe will also be, because the expenses are too high. Right now, it's kind of in the middle. Like, a lot of people still do come to Europe, but long term, they're going to be an exporter. All the West is, basically. All the West. As well as Russia. India is going to be an exporter of people and money. Because it's massive and just not that many tourists go to India. Used to be some backpackers, but still some backpackers. So China, India, Europe, America, Canada, they're all just going to be exporting retirees and digital nomads and money all over the world. And that stuff's going to land on a few places. It's going to land in Bali, Vietnam, Thailand, Mexico. They're all going to benefit from this. They have been already benefiting greatly, you know, these countries. Portugal, yeah, Portugal is a beneficiary of this system. So is Greece, so is Turkey. Yeah, but social media is driving a lot. Like the internet is driving a lot of it, and media in general. You know, the Chinese first started going to Thailand in huge numbers. It wasn't until like I think it was 2011 or 12. Some movie came out that was really popular in China. It's called Lost in Thailand. It was set in Chiang Mai. Ever since that movie, it was like it just boomed. Because if you look at the statistics, there weren't that many before then. Plus, the Chinese themselves have, you know, more expendable income. Their economy has grown greatly during that time. So it was a combination of those two factors: willingness and ability to travel. But that movie is just one example. The social media also drives like massive amounts to like Bali and Pattaya, and you know, so you got these hotspots. But then you got like so much of the world that's overlooked. Because all the attention gets focused on it's like in Colombia. When I was in Colombia, it was just like Medellin and Cartagena. Nobody ever talks about Tunja, but you know, Tunja was a cool little place. It was cool to visit. So Yeah, the smartphones really was the revolutionary thing that really exploded tourism. Because, you know, the flight fares are the same. Like, nothing's really changed with flights. Yeah, there are more budget airlines, so that's kind of been a factor, but not the main factor. You know, it's not a huge factor. Like, there's AirAsia. AirAsia didn't exist maybe 15 years ago. Ryanair, Spirit Air, you know. So there has been some drop in airline prices, but that's not a major factor. The main thing has been the smartphones. But before the smartphones, you had the internet, so it was already happening. There was already an increase. Because before 2000, people were just using books and maps and stuff, like Lonely Planet books, and word of mouth in the hostels and stuff, you know. That was one of the reasons people stayed in hostels, is because they get good tips and information from other travelers. Before the internet. Now it's all on social media. And you can book hotels on you know, you book your hotels, you got your maps, you got everything at your fingerprints to travel. Fingertips. Yeah, it's come to a point where like tourism has overwhelmed huge parts of world cities, like Paris. I've heard Paris is like in the summer, half of the city is just like tourism. You know, it's like, it's completely overwhelmed. I visited Paris one time for a couple of days when I was backpacking in 2000. I was backpacking. I didn't seem that touristy then. It was just Paris. It was just a French city. It was cloudy and a lot of apartment buildings. It's kind of, I didn't see a lot of it, but I wouldn't mind going back someday. But if I went there, I think I'd just see. If I was to go to Paris, I'd go there like in winter or something. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go there in the summer. But, you know, that's expensive too. Like, Tom Stanley says or Mad Max says we're meant to be nomadic. I believe we're nomadic in nature, semi-nomadic. Like, we're not just like constantly roving, but roving is in our nature. Like, we had to rove for water sources and food sources. Like, we could live for a few months, but then we had to move because, like, just like the nomads of the steppe still do today, because of different reasons. We were semi-nomadic. But I think the problem is not tourism. Like, tourism is a good thing. It's a good thing for the tourists. It's a good thing for the people that make money off of it. It destroys is when it's just too much concentrated. Like, people, like, they have the desire to, people get clustered into hotspots. Like, if it need to be spread around a little more, but everyone wants to go to the same places. So, you know, like, not many tourists from other countries are coming to Cornwall. You know, it's like, but this has been an awesome place, you know, awesome trip so far. So, like, we need, like, reinvigorate backpacker tourism, because the backpackers, like that guy, that German guy, you know, he's in another country, he's in a place not a lot of foreign tourists go to, just hiking and enjoying Cornwall like I am. We need people like that off the beaten path. That's how the backpackers mostly used to be. They would roam, you know, stay in hostels. They even camped, some of them had camping gear with them, you know. But the social media has, like, put everybody going to the same places. In Asia, they go to Bali and Pattaya and Bangkok. You know, they don't go to Isan. They don't go to, if they go to Vietnam, they just go to a couple places. I'm guilty of this too a lot. Like, in Japan, I've only been to, all my time has always been in Tokyo and Osaka. Like, I haven't been out in the countryside exploring ever in Japan. I've been there a million times. But partly that was for business. Like, all my business was in the cities. I was not your typical traveler to Japan. Like, I was a business traveler there. But still, I should have got off the beaten track there a little bit more. Okay, I think we reached Bodmin. We're on the outer edge of it. Another greyhound. That's cool. Dog's coming to see me. Hey. Hey. I think we're reaching Bodmin here. I used to follow the backpacker culture because I wanted to travel myself. So there used to be these forums, Lonely Planet, Eurotrip, back before there was Facebook and stuff, back 2000, 23 years ago. There was very vibrant forums on the internet, people wanting to travel and talking about sharing information, you know, with thousands of backpackers. And I was reading up on this stuff myself because I wanted to travel. So my first trip was a European backpacking trip. I had the money saved up. Back then, everybody was just into traveling in Europe because there's like so many different places you go explore, and nobody just went like one route. You know, some people were interested in Northern Europe, some people in Eastern Europe, some people in Italy and Spain. And back then it was a lot cheaper, and the hostels were 10, 15 a night. But that was before everything got expensive in Europe. Like, it was still more expensive than Thailand and stuff back then, but it was a lot cheaper. So I'm well acquainted with that, the old backpacker culture, even though I was just coming in at the tail end of it before the internet and cell phone boom really kind of changed things. Okay, we made it to Bodmin. There's the historic Bodmin. They got the Cornish name. The Cornish name is Huithru Bosvena. Sounds Eastern European. Explore Bodmin. That's the Bodmin jail. Doesn't look like a good place to be. We are here. Or is it the train station's like way over here somewhere? We might have to catch a taxi. Oh, there's a railway here. It's not that far. We're right here. So we're gonna catch Bodmin Winford Railway. Oh, that's a tourist train. Where's the British rail? Like, the British rail is way over here somewhere, I think. Might have to catch a taxi to get there. See, a lot of my information comes from those forums back in the day, you know. Got me, and plus reading books about it and stuff. That's why, like, I was reading that stuff when I was like 17 into it, you know, on the internet and stuff. I was wanting to travel. And that's why I didn't want to get a car, because, like, why do I need a car if I'm going to be traveling a bunch? What's that going to do me any good? That's a lot of money. And so. Actually, I didn't travel that much for the first seven years of my adult life. I was mostly working from 18 to 25. I did have some good trips to Argentina, but I wasn't really traveling that much after that first Europe trip I did. Is there a bathroom here anywhere? Yeah, after that first Europe backpacking trip, I wasn't leaving the United States that much. Then when I started making some money, only years later I started making some money with business, like when I was 22, 23, I started doing some trips, mostly to South America. You're thinking of not the coconut, the mango girl. You're thinking of the mango girl, not the coconut girl. The mango lady. Yeah, back then, what I remember, like Europe was like, if you took a pie and you divided it in parts of the backpacking pie, the very vibrant backpacking culture, where they all go. So you had like, you take that big 100% backpacking pie, 50% of that pie was Europe. And maybe like, Mexico was actually pretty popular. Maybe it was maybe 10%, 15, say altogether with Latin America, 15, 20. Southeast Asia was only like 20%. It was popular, but it wasn't on Europe's level. And then India was maybe like 5%. And the rest of the world was like 5%, you know, or maybe, you know, something like that. But Europe was a big part of that backpacking pie back then. And that's all shifted to where now I would say Europe is, I don't know, man, it's changed, because there's still a lot of European backpackers from Europe, so it's easy for them to backpack within their own continent. But like Americans and Australians don't come to Europe to backpack much anymore because it's too expensive. Rather go, or they just go to Southeast Asia and stuff, and instead maybe India or something, or South America. They're more adventurous. Southeast Asia was the adventurous place to go to. Like, not a lot of people talked about it back then. Like I said, Europe was the focal point. And a lot of people were going to South Asia, but it was viewed as exotic, far adventurous. But they really, like, see, Southeast Asia really cashed in. Thailand leading the charge on the whole tourism backpacking boom. Like, they cater to tourists. They have, you know, a huge, vibrant market and with cheap hotels and hostels. I mean, just Khao San Road had, like, you know, probably at its peak. I think there's less now because the real estate values have gone up there, but maybe one time it had like 300 hostels 15 years ago. So they really catered to the tourists. They knew there was a lot of money there, a big pie they could grab a piece of. So Southeast Asia went after the tourism, but it wasn't that big 25 years ago, like it is today. Yeah, because it was, you know, it was already cheap. People knew that, but it just wasn't as famous and well known. Like, I didn't know much about Southeast Asia, and like I said, I was studious in this kind of stuff. I got whatever information I could. Southeast Asia is still very cheap if you got to be a little bit smart about it. Like, you can't go on Sukhumvit and eat a steak. That's gonna cost you $50. You gotta be kind of like a local and still very cheap. If you live like a Westerner, then Thailand and Southeast Asia is expensive. But if you can be like eat local food, stay in simple rooms, it can be very cheap still. It's very cheap. So there's a big disparity there. There's like two separate economies. So it depends what you're doing and how you're doing it. There's the Bodmin jail. Look at this. Look at this wall, man. Holy cow. They didn't mess around with their jails, huh, in England? First, it's a hotel now. Hey, should I stay in the jail tonight? How much is this jail? Hotel/hotel. And we got a jail hotel. It looks like it's expensive, despite being a jail. I don't think it's going to be cheap. Is anybody... Unlocking Cornwall's dark history. I didn't know Cornwall had a dark history. This is probably very... I don't know if I'd want to stay here, man. There's a lot of... $400 US? What? Are you serious? 180? Yeah, it's out of our price range. Never mind. I don't want to stay there anyways, but I'm just curious. Those are some impressive walls for a jail. You see, Cornwall, they have, like, there are some really expensive hotels. I've seen a lot, like 200-300 pounds and stuff. There's plenty of that, but there's also like cheap options. That's the good thing. There's alternatives, you know. I mean, not really cheap, but affordable, like more affordable. So it's a good mix. And we got plenty of time. It's only 3:20. We could relax here, check out the town, get some food, maybe more coffee. Or like the last train's 10:20. We got all the time in the world. Maybe get to Plymouth tonight. And that train ride is not very far. It's probably like an hour and a half or something. So Plymouth's not very far. If I can get to the, I think the only challenging thing is gonna be getting to the train station. We're on Berrycombe Road. Ask somebody, make sure I'm on the right track here. Hello, sir. Is Bodmin City up ahead?
Right.
Bodmin City Center up ahead?
Yeah. Wait, just the town you're looking for, here?
Yeah, I'm just walking. Actually, eventually I gotta get to the train station.
There's two train stations.
The train station to Plymouth. Like,
Oh God,
beyond.
you won't be able to walk that.
Yeah, it looked like it was far or something on the map.
Yeah, it's a taxi job.
Are there taxis in the city center?
In a town, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I ahead the direction? Right direction?
Just end of this road, and then turn left, and then turn right along one of the streets, and then you'll be on the main street.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, mate.
So I'm headed the right direction. I just make sure I head in the right direction. Like, I don't want to check my Google Maps and stuff. I mean, I could, but actually, that was a good walk. Like, I walked. The trail was 7 miles, and I walked a good couple miles in Tintagel and Wadebridge, about town. So I probably walked like 9 miles today already. I could go for a nice rest, get a ice cold Zero Guinness or something. I don't know, I've been craving these non-alcoholic beers now. I don't think they see too many Americans in these parts. It's Bodmin. I catch them off guard with my American accent. They know I'm not English right off the bat when I talk to them. They know you're American out here. I think that was Scotland. Only Scotland didn't get beat by the Romans. That's why they had Hadrian's Wall. They couldn't subdue the Scots. They didn't try, they just built a wall. Just like the Chinese couldn't subdue the Mongols. They built a Great Wall. The Romans built a wall too. The English couldn't subdue the Scots either. They had so you had a Braveheart and stuff. The only way England conquered Scotland was they just decided to join together. It was a royal marriage. But Scotland was never conquered. It was a voluntary joining union. Yeah, they were hardy, tough people. That's why they were like, they called the Scots the sword of the tip of the sword of the English Empire. They were the first ones exploring new lands and breaking into countries. Here's Bodmin Dental Care. This looks like a hard scrabble town. A little bit more hard scrabble than the posh places we've been. First impressions. I gotta get rid of my hat. It's too hot. Too hot. I think we got to cross over to the right, cross the street, and then we'll get more into the middle things. Oh, thanks, man. Very nice guy. Let me go. Let's see here. It looks like I'm walking in the direction where the building concentration is greater, which appears to be over here. I have to check my Google Maps. I'm just kind of wandering right now, some back alley here. Not really hungry. If anything, I could go for another coffee. Yes, unfortunately, the train station is very far. It's like 4 miles out of town or something. So I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to do, how I'm going to get there. But he said there might be taxis in the town here. I need some water. Ran out of water, dang it. Yeah, there's one sip left. What the hell's that? Are you guys still there? I saw a shoe shop. They were selling Berghaus shoes. There's a Berghaus store. But they're very pricey, they're 100 pounds. And that's on sale. So I don't know. I'm not sure they're the shoes I like. But somebody did recommend Berghaus. Wow, Bodmin's really cheap. What a difference in prices, 60,000 pounds. Shoes for the soul, footwear fitting specialists. A lot of stuff it's already appears to be closing. Everything closes early in UK. If you need something cheap. I need something cheap. What are these? S. I say they have a lot of stuff here. They're still open, 4:45. Pretty good. Hey, how's it going? I'm looking for the train station. How to get to the main train
To
station?
the main train station, it's a bit of a walk.
Walk. It's a lot of walk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a bus or anything?
If you
Or
go
a taxi?
down the road,
Yeah.
just follow this road. You have a taxi rank over there in front of the village hall, the city hall.
In front of the city hall,
Yeah.
there's a taxi stand.
And on the side of the city hall, you have the bus stop. Then you choose
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
anything that goes for Bodmin Parkway.
Awesome. Okay. I walked along the coastal trail. I got here from this morning. I was in Tintagel.
Yeah.
I got here from Wadebridge.
Yeah, it's a bit of a walk from
Yeah.
here. And the road is very, very narrow. So you don't
Oh.
have sidewalks. to
Oh
walk
no, you
in.
can't walk it. Yeah.
Nah.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Guys, I asked the local. He said there's a bus stop and a taxi up ahead. I think I might grab a bite to eat. When I walk in the bottom of the hill, I lose internet. Train London to Paddington Station in an hour and a half. I like these little towns. I don't want to go straight to London. Does it stop at other places along the way? I'm in Bodmin. Does that train to London stop in some places along the way, or does it only go? Straight to London? Bodmin direct to London. Yeah, a guy. He's been selling shoes for right here. This shop. He's been selling shoes since 1956, since he was like 14. He said. He's 80 now. He's been selling shoes for that long. His whole life. Sold me these shoes. He said they're waterproof, good for hiking. Another a little bit loose fitting. Yeah, he's been selling. He's a very nice older gentleman. He's 80 now. He's been selling shoes his whole. Because I asked him, I figured you've been selling shoes a long time. The internet wasn't working back there, but he said, I said, I figure you've been selling shoes a long time. He said, yeah, since I was 14. I'm 80 now. It's like 1956 or something. All right, guys. Real estate, it's a lot cheaper here. I walked by a nice building and I saw it for sale, 60,000 pounds for a flat, 1-bedroom flat. This is a lot more downtrodden than I was feeling. Cinema. This is a town square. The man told me there's a bus and taxi stand here. I could catch this to the bus station. Yeah, the internet's not very good in this town. My apologies. There's not much I can do about it. I'm using England's best internet, EE. I mean, it's actually been pretty good. I mean, we were walking in the coastal, but sometimes we have interruptions. Sometimes it's not great. I got a pasty to go because I actually haven't had a Cornish pasty yet. So I got some new shoes. Boots. He said they're waterproof. Bought them from a man selling shoes for 65 years or 66 years. I forget exactly how many. This is the Shire. This building was built in 1892. Looks older than that. Comfortable as I'm not sure yet. I mean, those Hokas are really comfortable. They cost me 72 pounds. Yeah, those Hokas were no tread, and they were smelly as hell. I couldn't, you know, and those Hokas weren't very good for the water environment. Like any little bit of water, they get all wet. So they weren't good for water, nor were they good for, they're all smelly. So I had to get rid of them. Like I got these boots. I asked him what's the best boots for walking. He said these ones, or best shoes. So there's the church. We need to catch a taxi or a bus to the rail station. The rail station is very far from Bodmin. He said come here. Oh, I see people waiting for the... Over here is a bus station. Maybe I'll stop at Exeter, skip Plymouth. Stops at Exeter. I don't know which one to take. You guys can help me out with this, or I think I gotta go northeast bound. I don't want to go southwest. That's where I came from, Wadebridge. Maybe this one. Is that where I gotta go? Parkway Station. I could get a taxi. Maybe we'll just catch the bus, save money. This is the last and only major purchase I need for the rest of this trip is shoes. I don't need I bought a t-shirt yesterday, so I don't need to buy anything else. But I had to get some new shoes. However, I'm not sure if I like these shoes. I'm gonna wear them no matter what, but those Hokas are so comfortable, you know. Pardon me. Is this the way to the train station? The train station?
Parkway.
Excuse me?
Bodmin Parkway.
Yeah, is that it? Bodmin train station?
Bodmin.
18 minutes, this one? Yeah, it's the Bodmin Parkway station. It's 3 miles away. So I think it comes in 17 minutes. Uncle Mark, I've been asking locals stuff all the time. I've been asking locals all the time. The thing was, there's details that you did not see. That's the reason I didn't ask. Just don't worry about it. Nor did I film it. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, everybody's very friendly. No problems. I'll put my hat back on. See, this is why you need layers, because you can go from getting hot to cold, especially in this kind of climate. You know, you're walking, you're working up a sweat, you get hot, sunny, then it gets cloudy, cold. So you gotta have different layers. Oh no, ticket office is shut. Man, it's not easy to get around this country, is it? Ticket office is shut. It's not good. How am I supposed to book a ticket online while I'm streaming? Can I just, some companies, like in Japan, you can just pay on the train. The conductor comes by, and if you don't have a ticket, he charges you there. They don't do that here? Yeah, this is the same as India. It's like so complicated. You just want to get on the train, man. Like, have some kind of kiosk you can buy. Why they make it complicated? Especially they're doing. Yeah. Maybe I'll just stay here tonight. Try to figure it out. No, it'd make it easy for travelers first to, you know, Japan has the best trains in the world. So I base everything based on Japan. You know. Oh, okay, you can buy a ticket from the train guy. So you just hop on the train. That's good. Here's the Cornwall bus. Well, they're forcing you to use an app by the sounds of it. I should just be able to go to the ticket office, buy a ticket right at the train station, or an electronic kiosk at the train station, or worst case scenario, pay the conductor on the train. Those are three options. None of those three options are available. They're forcing you to use an app. I don't like that. That's not good. I had the same problem in India. It's not complicated. Yeah. Because I Am Indian was trying to get me to use the Indian app. Okay, here's the bus. You shouldn't have to use an app to travel. I couldn't figure out the buses in India. I did manage to use the bus, or the train, not the bus, the train once. You can pay on the train. Okay, that's all I need to know. I'll just pay on the train. I'll pay on the train. It's not going to be an expensive ride because I'm going to Devon. It's not very far. Yeah, I mean, like, there's 4 ways to buy a train ticket. You can buy something in advance on an app or call. There's 5 ways. Call the, a ticket office. That's booking in advance. The other ways is there's a ticket office at the train station. That's the most common way. Third way is they got an electronic kiosk. You can just do it all by machine. The last resort is you buy from somebody on the train. The bus comes. My new shoes. So yeah, these got some good grip. They're just he said they're Italian made. John's going. I'm waiting for this bus. Wow, there's there's a train to Plymouth at 4:30. We can also go to Gloucester. Is there anything in Gloucester? There's a train to Gloucester at 5. I never heard of Gloucester. They got the train schedules. I love this about Britain. They got like schedules posted even at a little bus stop. There's so many nice things about traveling in Britain. I'm gonna be coming back here and live stream, like maybe summer or something. This is a cool country. I like Britain. We could go to Gloucester at 5 o'clock. Let me see. I don't even know what county it's in. Gloucester is actually on the other side of Bristol, so that means I could go to Bristol. Probably stops in Bristol. We'll just do that. We'll go to Bristol. It's the train to Gloucester leaves at 15:06. Which is 30 minutes. I will. I just didn't know. I'm just looking at the train schedule for the first time. Assuming I make it in time, the bus is gonna come in 10 minutes. I don't know how long the bus ride's gonna be, maybe 10, 15 minutes. And the train leaves in 40 minutes. So I should be able to get there in time. Just in time. Yeah, I could go to Bath and Bristol. Check that out. Getting cold. I gotta get my other shirt on. So, like this town's population 10,000, Bristol's like 1 million, so it'd be a lot different. But this is cool. I like these little towns. Really cool. I like to see more of them. But I think we're gonna switch it up a little bit. Put this bag away here. Wear these gloves with this wound. These are the gloves Rio gave me. These gloves. I actually didn't have gloves. Like, he gave me the exact thing I didn't have. Like, that was pretty cool. No, just putting an extra shirt on. I bought new shoes, Pokey Dot. Look at that, new shoes. I threw the old shoes away. I just bought them like 30 minutes ago at the shop here in Bodmin. Shoe shop. Guy's been selling shoes for 66 years, he said. He's 80 now. Or 76 years. He started when he was 14. He's been working at shoe shops. Or 66 years. Yeah, 66 years he's been selling shoes. Since 1957. Hey, you think so, Patrick? We can only hope. 72 pounds or something like that, I think. New shoes, wool socks. I still got this mud from the hike. Here's the bus. Let's go in the other direction. Our bus will be coming soon. We're gonna ride one of these double-decker buses, I hope. I'll sit upstairs. You see here, they have the train schedules. So I'll take the train to Gloucester. I won't go all the way to Gloucester. I'll go to probably stops in Bristol, perhaps Bath too. Either or, I'll get off on that stop. 1506, 9 coaches. Even you can catch a bus to Cardiff or a train to Cardiff, Wales. We have a lot of options. London, Paddington is 5:30. I believe this will probably, because Gloucester doesn't look that big, so I bet it stops at Bristol or Bath or both along the way. If you want to go to Plymouth, it's at 6:30. So they'll be coming. Do they have drinks and stuff at the train stations and the trains? I need like a water or something. But the tap water is very good in Cornwall. But at the stores, they want like £2 for a bottle of water. I refuse to pay £2 for water. Especially with the tap water being so good. I'll go thirsty. Worst case scenario. Yeah, the problem is you gotta find a tap first. I could catch this bus too to get to Bristol. I will ask if this goes to Bristol. If this doesn't, I'll catch this one. Are there cheap hotels in Bristol? Like hostels? I think I looked before. I think there's maybe one or something. One hostel. That's the advantage of London. It's got those cheap hostels, you know. I mean, I want to go to London anyways, but maybe I should go to London. Taking a risk going to Bristol with the hostel situation. Yeah, the tap water in Cornwall is amazing. Very, very delicious. Alco Mark says, fact, Bristol city centre named one of the most dangerous places in England and Wales. Wow, I didn't know that. I thought Bristol was kind of nice. Supposed to be kind of nice, like Bath. Here's the bus. Hi, is this to the train station?
Yeah. Just a single, is it?
Yeah.
There we go, 160 then, please. Keep it on there till it beeps. There you
Okay,
go.
thank you.
Alright, nice you get. Alright, cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. This is a local bus. It's a Bodmin local bus. Bus was 160 pounds. 160 pence. There's a big grocery store there of some sort. ASDA. I wonder how much the taxis cost when you get to the bigger cities, like London Cabby. How much do they have a meter? Or I guess we'll find out. Probably too expensive. Take the tube. The buses are actually really nice because they actually give you information. I've been all around the world. I never seen bus stops with like electronic information like that. Like America certainly doesn't have that. It's very confusing. It's very good for like people who don't know, like myself, you know. Okay, maybe I'll pass on the taxis. That's like Japan. Japan's very expensive taxis too. Sometimes traveling in more expensive countries, it forces you to learn things and be a better traveler. Like usually I forego taking buses because the taxis are cheap. You know, a lot of these other Southeast Asian countries and stuff. So, but here you're forced to do that, like because otherwise you have to spend a fortune on taxis. Goes Patrick. We may have more trails in store for in the future on this trip. So we'll see. And I haven't been on a train yet. I haven't even caught sight of a train, so we'll see. See, it'd be impossible to walk because you see the road. It's just a narrow road, no sidewalk. Even the hedge you can't walk on. Here you could, but you get run over. Very dangerous roads to walk on. See, a lot of times in America, we have like a big wide burn on all the roads. So you can walk actually on some of the roads, usually. Not always, but sometimes. 50-50. Here, it seems like you never have that. It's just the road and that's it. But I would say that's one advantage so far I've seen. But generally, England's a lot better to travel, a lot easier. Yeah, you want to ride a bike on these roads. Yeah, exactly. And what I've seen everywhere, it's like this. Cornwall, at least in Cornwall. Yeah, gold ink because there's no burn, there's no space. I think in America we call that a burn. You might call it something like there's like a space there between the road and the grass. Which people ride bikes on those. Ride bikes or can walk. Here you got a sidewalk, pavement, but then it ends. Boom, look, now you're just riding the road again. Yeah, shoulder too, shoulder or burn. Nice scenery there out in the country. Yeah, a shoulder or burn is just a space between the road and like the ditch and the grass. It's just American roads are pretty wide, so there's like extra space. And that space can be used by bicyclists, pedestrians. Not necessarily a sidewalk, it's a different thing. Most country roads have that, but not all of them. Some are like kind of like this too. Sometimes there's no space. It's not necessarily a dedicated bike lane. It's just extra space. That's all. Extra space. If I go to Bristol, I might need Mr. T. Not Tommy, another Mr. T. An old long Pattaya friend of mine. He's real tight with FBI guy, William. He's been messaging me ever since I've been in England. Headed his direction possibly tonight. Ambient Wanderer, very nice, very good. There's the train, look at that. All right. Very beautiful train there. It's going to Penzance. I think we walked through Penzance, didn't we? I didn't know there was a train station there.
Somebody say they want to do spray.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
That's all right, no worries. Cheers.
Okay, this is the train. Train station. This train we're not catching. This is not sure where it's going. That's a beautiful train. It's like Japan trains. We will be going to Gloucester, the Gloucester train. Let's go check the Gloucester train. Yeah, there's no way you could walk it with those roads. I mean, you get run over those roads. That's what I've seen in the UK so far. It's like the country roads are very difficult to walk or anything. You can walk on the side of a road of a lot of American roads, you know, because like I said, there's that space. Okay, this train is leaving. Next train is to Gloucester, platform 2. Might be the other side of the platform. Looks like there's a ticket office here. Plenty of Rios in there. All right, man, big ups. Thank you for the £5. Thank you. Ticket office appears to be open. They got drinks here in the machine. Big ups, Gold, thank you. Hi, how's it going? Do you know the train to Gloucester, does it have a stop in Bristol or Bath?
Bristol, Bristol it would do.
Yeah?
Where are you trying to get to? Ultimate destination?
I'd like to get to either Bath or Bristol. There's a train to Gloucester.
Yeah, if you can go that's the quickest way of getting there. The 1706 gets to Bristol at 2003. You've got a train out to Bath from there at 2025.
So Bristol 2003 on the Gloucester train?
On the Gloucester train, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Then you'd arrive in Bath at 2037 if you change there. So you've got 20 minutes to swap trains in.
Okay,
Bristol.
well, I'll get the train to Bristol.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy the ticket for that, yeah.
Yeah, just one way, is it?
One way, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
First time seeing the British trains.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, first time in the country. So.
It's quite a nice train. It's a newer one that's coming in. I sell you a single ticket, it's 52.70. Sometimes it's cheaper to split them. I'll just see if I can work that out. But no, it's more expensive. We'll go for plan A. You're not going to come back at all?
No.
Yeah, best I can do is going to be £52.70, I'm afraid.
52 pounds?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take it, yeah.
Lovely. Just sign here, please. You got your signature on the back of your card or no?
Yes. I hope I do. Oh, no, yes, yeah, I forgot to sign it.
You got any ID or no?
Yeah, I do.
On your card as well, please.
Here's my ID, see the
Thank you
card.
very much. Oh, lovely. Grand.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks and have a good journey. So over the
Thank you
bridge
so
on
much.
platform 2.
Cool, thank you. Let's get a drink for the... Let's get a drink for the road here. How do these systems work? Oh, it's on platform 2? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Let's see here. How do I see pay here? 52. £260 for a Coke. I guess I'll take it. I can't get that out of my hand. All right, we gotta get the other side here. We got our train ticket from Bodmin Parkway to Bristol Temple Meds. That sounds like really far from central Bristol. Temple Meds? Where's Temple Meds?
Yeah, but Toby, that's all agreed with Brendan.
We're going to Bristol. Wow, look at these cows on the hill over here. Pretty cool train. I wonder how much it would have cost me to go to London, because London's actually pretty far. So I think might have been really expensive to go to London, maybe like £100. Yeah, London's like double the distance. Big night in Bristol. The problem is I don't have clothes for like clubbing. I just got like this stuff. I'm already, and I, got all this stuff. My attire, it's all more suited for hiking, not really clubbing. I mean, I could try, but I'd be pretty self-conscious to go in a club looking like this. So I'll probably try to do some. Thing is, I don't really stay up that late anyways to go do that stuff, but yeah, we're on the right platform. 7 minutes train to Gloucester. 6 minutes.
Platform 2 of the 1706 Great Western Railway service to Gloucester.
Train's coming.
Listar, St. Germany, Saltash, Plymouth, Wadebridge.
So is the British Railways, that's government operated and owned? It's owned by the state? I'm kind of asking, I'm not making a statement, I'm just asking you guys, is it like a public-private partnership? I think it's like Amtrak, right? It's owned by the state. Oh, it's privatized. Oh, it's private, okay. At one time it was owned by the state, wasn't it? Like maybe back 50 years ago or something? But it got privatized? The thing with, it's a good thing, it's better to have something be expensive but good rather than something shoddy and worthless but cheap. So like, you could have that's what happens usually when you get government-owned railways and stuff. Like, yeah, it might be cheaper, but they're not good. They suck. So. It's not costing the state anything. It's not subsidized. So that's a good thing. It used to be state-owned, that's what I thought.
The next train to arrive at platform 2.
I'll probably only be riding the train like a couple times, so it's not that big of an expense. Yeah, one train ticket here, maybe another train ticket to Bath. Actually, I might be riding it quite a few times. Like, now that I kind of think about it. Maybe one to London. I don't have that much time. Maybe three cities plus Dublin. So I don't have all that much time left in this trip. Anyways, maybe we see Bristol, Bath, London, Dublin. See, that's 1 city, 2, 3, 4 cities. The Wealdstone waiter is waiting for me in Dublin. He was at the sexy bar party, wasn't he? Everybody said he was there. There were a few characters there that nobody seemed to know. They were just kind of there. Actually, more than a few, maybe a half dozen. Everybody else, we all knew each other. Louis Cabo, Robert Mack, Chocolate Man in Thailand, Alabaster Smidge, Chris Travels. There was 50 people there, but most of us knew each other. What's up, Pattaya, Tequila Joe? Train's leaving in 3 minutes. A train from London to Newcastle is only 30 pounds. That's a pretty good deal. Here comes a train. It looks like just seat wherever you want. Like, I don't see any seating on the ticket. You just sit wherever you want. Follow these people here. I don't know how the seating works. Very nice trains, guys. Look at this. These are nice trains. See, it's private. You get nice stuff. We got these trays. We can eat our pasty. We got our Coke. We're living the life right now, man. Got a pasty. This is awesome trains. These are like Japan level trains. And trains aren't cheap in Japan either, but everybody uses them because they're the best. It's like $150 to go from Tokyo to Osaka on the bullet train. But you get there in 3 hours. A car would take you like 8, as would a bus. So, and it's very comfortable. All right, guys, big ups on our way to Bristol. We used to have trains. In the 50s and 1920s, there were big train stations in all the cities. And everybody used trains, but a lot of them went out of business, or they were just, it's a long story, but they were replaced by the interstate highways, basically, in the 50s and 60s. Steak pasty. This was £2 50 pence for this pasty. See, these drinks are, this drink was £2.60. Trains are awesome though. You just get to kick back, eat food, look at the countryside. You know, when they're good and efficient, and comfortable. Johan, next stop is Bristol, UK. Thanks to the tip, John Miller pickups. Trains are more civilized than cars, in my opinion. That's the controversial statement of the day. Guys, we're navigating the UK quite well. This morning we were in Tintagel, a remote village on the coast. We took a bus to Wadebridge, walked from Wadebridge to Bodmin, 7 miles. Took a bus from Bodmin to that parkway, to the train station. Now we're headed to Bristol. So we're covering some ground, man. Doing a good job navigating in the UK. A little bit expensive on the train, but it's all right. We have some expenses along the way. Yeah, I got the ticket right here. Shit. Go back to the ticket. Oh, it's right here. Ticket. Is there a charging port? I don't know. I don't see any charge ports. How come nobody comes to the UK? It seems like a great streaming country. I think only Bjorn comes here.
Approaching Liscard. Please take all your belongings with you. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Thailand actually has a pretty good state railway. We rode it my last trip last November for a month across the country. We stopped in little towns along the way. It's very cheap. But it only covers a small part of the country. It goes like from Bangkok to Chiang Rai or Chiang Mai. And stops along the cities along the way. And there's one that goes south and then one goes to Isan, I think.
The next available service will be platform 3, departing at 7:50 Discarded the other way.
I've seen it. It's there. It's there. Oh. Is that all hay then? You got a tractor? Yeah, it's not connected though. Let's give that. Yeah, the thing though is that the square bales, what you asked it to make that wind turbine. Yeah. And the tractor's cloudy green. That's good.
I have a question for you guys. Do they have pasties in just Cornwall or all over UK? All over, okay. All I know about the UK is from Cornwall. I haven't seen anything else. Cornwall is the birthplace of the pasty. It was food for the tin miners. Makes sense, Wander. Yeah, Vincent, I got a question for you. I'd like to try some Indian food. He says the best Indian food outside of India is in the UK. I believe you. You've been to India quite a few times. What time do those restaurants close? Are there restaurants that stay open until 10 p.m.? A little bit later? Or does everything close early? Because in Cornwall, everything closes like at 4 or 5, you know? Like, what kind of late night food can I get in the UK? Because that was just a snack. All I had was snacks today. Soup, pasty. I need some more food later. Bristol, you know. Get something in Bristol. 3 a.m. Awesome. Oh, awesome. Sounds good. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, okay, stuff's open late. Awesome. Yeah, well, I could go for some Indian food tonight. Okay, let's see if we could do some charging. Keep this live stream going. There is a charge right there. Look at that.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Leicester. We'll be calling at St Germans, Saltash, Plymouth, Wadebridge, Totnes, Newton Abbot, Tinman, Dorling, Dawlish Rowan, Exeter St David's, Taunton, Bridgewater, Bristol Temple Mead,
We could go to Taunton.
Hilton Abbey Wood,
Can I get off early?
Bristol
Or
Park,
should I probably just go to Bristol?
Gate, Cam and Dursley, and Gloucester. This is a security lesson. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text.
Hey guys, I'm headed to Bristol. Is the Brick Lane the happening spot in Bristol? How far is it from the train station? Here's my ticket. I'm headed to Bristol Temple Meds. Where's that at? Is that in the center or is that outside of town? Oh, Brick Lane's in London. Okay, I'm headed to outside of town. Or can I walk to the center from there? Yeah, 10 minutes isn't bad. That's good. Jet Set Journey says they talk funny in Bristol.
belongings with you.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
I don't know about going to a club looking like this. It's more the boss's territory. kind of rough scuff. The trail. I might be stepping into the boss's lane if I go to a club. Watch out for British yabs. What are British yabs? What's a yab? Hey Paul, I could go to Weatherspoons. I haven't been to one yet. My ideal with Weatherspoons is to find some homeless people because I can't drink alcohol, so invite them. Yeah, right now I think I look older than the boss with this beard. I look kind of old. Oh, look at that! It's pretty cool.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Gloucester.
100 meters from Bristol train station. Awesome. Sounds like the train station's right in the middle of the city, pretty much.
We'll be calling at Saltash, Plymouth, Wadebridge, Totnes.
You can either hang just give me a wave and I'll be happy. So that's your next stop.
We are now approaching Saltash. Please take all your belongings with you.
We're approaching Sotash, guys.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
This coach will remain locked at the next station. To alight, please move forward to coach K.
That's what I'm afraid of. I go to Witherspoon's, like, you guys are gonna order like 30 glasses of milk. And I look at this town. Really cool. What is this? It's like pretty cool. Naval town. That's Plymouth? Oh man, nice. That was quick. Yeah, it's called a Saltash. Is the name of the stop. Bronx, I think this train maybe it cuts to the east first and then goes north. So maybe it's going to change direction. I wouldn't mind meeting Barry. I think it'd be fun for us to hang out and like do stuff. He just has so much drama around him. It's like so many people, you know, so much. I don't want to bring that on to me, you know. But it'd be a good stream, like hang out together. It'd be good content. We've always got along, me and him. Yeah, this must be Plymouth, I guess. I wonder if they have a train pass in the UK, like a 3-month train pass. That'd be worth it, because the trains here are really nice. Like it means you buy a pass, you can ride the train as much as you want. So they used to have a Euro pass, or they still do, perhaps.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Gloucester. We'll be calling at Plymouth, Wadebridge, Totnes, Newton Abbot, Teignmouth, Dawlish, Dawlish Warren, Exeter St David's, Taunton, Bridgewater, Bristol Temple Meads, Filton Abbey Wood, Bristol Parkway, Yate, Cam and Dursley, and Gloucester. The next station is Plymouth. This is a security message.
Plymouth is next.
Something that doesn't look right. Speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it. Say it. Sort it.
They look big naval ships. It's a big naval base here, Plymouth.
We are now approaching Plymouth. Please take all your belongings with you.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down the train.
Let's see. How's it go? Doesn't seem like Bristol would be that far, but seems like it's. I'm not getting there till 8 o'clock. That's a 3-hour trip. 2 more hours left.
Barrier will be in operation. This will be on platform 8, departing at 1816. Service to Birmingham New Street. On platform 5, departing at 1857.
Maybe I should have went to Plymouth.
Service on platform 3. Plymouth, it is not, thank you.
Okay, David says 15 days, Brit Rail using a 2-month window, $700. That's kind of expensive. I think it's kind of expensive. I think you're better off just buying point to point because you won't know if you're going to use that 700. You know, things can change. You might have to fly out of the country or something. Or guys, I'm finding this country fascinating. You know, it's like a whole different world. Like the first big city we've seen here, like all the row houses. I've only seen tiny villages, seaside towns so far. at that building. What is that? Skyscraper? A lot of people getting on the train here.
This is Plymouth.
Yeah, the food is really pricey in Cornwall. Unless you just stick to eating
This is a Great Western
pasties.
Railway service to
Did I say that right this time? Pasty? Pasty, is it? This is my 9th day in the UK. I could have spent another week in Cornwall. I mean, there's a lot of trails, and all those little towns are really beautiful. But I have seen a very limited amount of the country. It's true.
For the crew member doing a ramp in first class, please make the next ID. Thank you.
Big ups, David S. Thank you for the $5. Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers, David. Cheers, man. We're charging the phone, but we're not getting extra juice. But we're not losing any battery life. If you missed it, I got new shoes in Bodmin. Apologize for the dirt. That's from hiking earlier. Maybe it's worth using the app to book these train trips. Because
Danny might actually be on the train before we get there.
52 pounds versus 20 is a pretty big difference. Sorry, boss says, don't go north. You'll freeze to death. Just saying. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta check something. I gotta check hotels. Okay, it looks like there's a couple hostels in Bristol. Maybe we'll stay in a hostel.
Dawlish, Dawlish Wallen, Exeter St David's, Taunton, Bridgewater, Bristol Temple Meads, Hilton Abbey Wood, Bristol Parkway, Yate, Cam and Dursley, and Gloucester. The next station is Wadebridge.
But guys, it's gonna be getting dark out. We won't be able to see anything out the window. We got like a good 2+ hours in this train. Maybe we'll walk and take a tour of the train a little bit. Check it out.
This is a security vessel. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. Sorted. Sealed. Saved. Sorted. We apologise. There is no food and drink service available on this train.
Hey, up, Tony. Thanks for the offer. Having a great trip. Expensive, I knew that coming here, so.
J, K, and L. At the very back, we have coach A, which is a quiet carriage. So any passengers on coach A, please keep the noise to a minimum. If you need to take a phone call, please make your way to a vestibule.
Caprio is saying, or Bronx is saying, Jomtien is dead. Never seen it this quiet.
Unfortunately, there's no reservations on this service, so please find any available seats.
Well, Jomtien is, it's kind of a seasonal place anyways. Like the winter, it's packed with Russians.
Right position to alight, especially in the rear on coaches A, B, and C. And also a quick security announcement. Please stay away of your luggage and your personal belongings at all times. And if you see anything suspicious or want acting suspiciously, please advise a member of staff or send a text message to British Transport Police on 61016. I will also be walking through the train, so if you have any questions, feel free to stop me, and I'll be happy to help. The next stop, in a few moments.
I think Pattaya being quiet is a good thing. Because it's like, it's funner when it's quiet. It's still always going to have action, you know, busy, but even in its quiet moments, it's still like a fun place. Yeah, but yeah, I prefer it when it's a little more quiet. I was looking at the real estate office in Bodmin. There was a flat for sale for 2 flats for $6. I'll just say yesterday, never seen it this empty. Well, it's rainy season there right now. Like everybody could be waiting to go in December and November. I'm surprised we have 220 watching right now. When we get to town, it'll be more exciting, but we're stuck on this train for a little while. I probably should have got an earlier stop. Just work my way slowly across the country, you know. Hey, Rampo, you didn't miss much. A slow day today. I guess the highlight was me walking that trail between Wadebridge and Bodmin. But it's been a slow day. Being restreamed by a troll channel. Is that Steph Trowler? He's known to do that. There's like nothing happening in this stream. I'm just sitting on a train. Why so many people are watching right now? Is that the real Simon Beach? I can ban the fake one.
All your belongings with... Please find the gap between the train and the platform.
Okay, I'm gonna ban this fake one here.
Stepping down from the train. The rear of this coach will not open at the next station.
Yeah, we generally let like, you know, mild joking around slide, but if you request somebody to ban, you know, yeah, I can do that for you. I should probably close the stream until I get to Bristol and just read my book or something, but I want to start doing like 12-hour streams, so I'm gonna keep it going. Some sort of commotion. Traveling to Bristol, UK. I'll probably visit Bath. Then from there, maybe Birmingham, and then Liverpool, and then back to Ireland. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll stop in London too, I'm not sure. It's a lot of stops to make. Paul the Merciful, I probably walked about 90 miles. I could average 10 miles per day. Biggest day I had was 18 miles. That was in that day I felt I got into trouble. Yeah, when everybody says don't go to Birmingham, that makes me want to go there more. I think I'm gonna go there.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to
But
Gloucester.
if you look at the map, it's kind of on the route. Like you have to go through it anyways, so might as well stop there at least for a night. If you're going along the west coast.
We'll be calling at Totnes, Newton Abbot, Tinmouth, Dawlish Warren, Exeter St David's, Taunton, Bridgewater, Bristol Temple Meads, Hilton.
What is the
Abbey
Black
Wood,
Country? Is that Bristol?
Parkway, Yate, Ham and Dursley, and
Or is that
Gloucester.
Birmingham?
The next This is a security message. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it. Say it. Sort it.
Was it Birmingham or Liverpool where the grown man streamer got chased into a Tesco's? Had what happened to a Japanese streamer in the UK? I didn't hear anything about that. And things like that can happen. I haven't seen Barry in my chat since I've been in the UK. I don't know what he's doing, what he's up to. Usually he stops by once in a while. Hey guys, let's go take a look at the train. Check it out. It's probably all the same, but it might be. Let's go check out the train. Oh, they got trash. I actually need that. These trains actually look a lot like the Japanese trains. Some of them. Are we allowed to walk between trains? Let me read the rules here. I don't want to do anything that's not please keep aisles clear. Storage safe for bikes. Looks like it's all the same. Yeah, change seats. There's nobody back here. Like, I was surrounded by people in the other spots. I didn't really want to talk too much. I didn't want to disturb everybody. Odin Norwich. I'm headed to Bristol, UK.
We are now approaching Totnes.
About halfway there.
Please take all your belongings with you. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down the train.
I don't think so. Exeter, Taunton, they're coming up. Actually, I wanted to go to Exeter, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I should have went to like Exeter first or Plymouth, one of the two, and then gone to Bristol. I'd like to check out, but maybe there's not much to see in Plymouth, anyways. Yeah, this train goes through Exeter, but I paid a lot of money to go to Bristol, so I feel like if I got off at Exeter, I'd be wasting a lot of money. Yeah, Exeter is a pretty historic city, but we're gonna miss it. I don't think any thugs are gonna be attacking me with this beard, man. Give me a hard time pressing me. It's a mountain man beard. Quite proud of it.
This is Totnes.
Tottenham. We're in Tottenham. It's the place Barry always talks about, Tottenham.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Gloucester.
See, I think it must be a different Tottenham. I think that's in London. I'm just playing around. Sounds like Tottenham. This is actually called Totnes. Totnes. Sounds like hey Rockstar. I think yeah, London's too big of a city to tackle. We're gonna go to some smaller English cities.
Great Western Railway service to Gloucester. We'll be calling at Newton Abbot, Teignmouth, Dawlish, Dawlish Warren, Exeter St David's, Taunton, Bridgewater, Bristol Temple Meads, Filton Abbey Wood, Bristol Parkway, Yate, Cam and Dursley, and Gloucester.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired actually.
Or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it. Say it. Sort it.
Michael Warner, do I plan to visit other countries in Europe? Only Ireland this trip. Only Ireland, and probably just Dublin for a few days. I don't have a lot of time, so it's just UK and Ireland. Go hard, dude says power nap. Nah, I'm fine, man. My stamina is pretty good on these trips. Just need a good night of sleep, which I've been getting. Last 2 nights at the hostel were good night of sleep. It's only like $20-$30 to fly to Dublin. Hey guys, I'm thinking about getting off in Exeter because I just made a mistake. I didn't realize Bristol was so far. I don't want to be on the train that long. You know? So I made a mistake. It's not the most costly mistake, 25 pounds maybe, but I like to get off at Exeter. There's a Wetherspoons right by the train station there too. I just looked. Bobby Crush says Taunton is nice. We could stop in Taunton. Yeah, I think I don't want to be on a train for like 3.5 hours. Made a mistake. I've already been on for an hour, but it's 2 more to go. It's not that, if I was by myself, I wouldn't mind. I'd just read a book or something, but I don't want to stream. It's like really messing up my stream.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway.
So next stop, Exeter. Thinking about getting off here.
We'll be calling at Exeter St David's, Taunton, Bridgewater,
Yeah, Exeter.
Bristol Temple Meads, Filton Abbey Wood, Bristol
Let's get off at
Parkway,
Exeter, I think.
Yates,
So I want to sit on this train all
Ham
night.
and Dursley, and Gloucester. The next station is Exeter St David's. This is a security message. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff.
I tried using the train Wi-Fi.
Transport police on
The last 20 minutes, I just seem to make things worse. I turned the Wi-Fi off, switched back to the EE. It now seems to be working better. There's an airport in Exeter. Ooh. Can he get a refund on the ticket for miles not traveled? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, Sean, it's cheap. It's nice. Nice trains, man. Those look like the Shinkansen. It's actually, these trains are made by, that's a Japanese company, Hitachi. This is making a lot of local stops, so there's people getting on and off. But it's definitely like less than half full. Yeah, I really want to go to Belgium right now. I have enough expenses in the UK. I need to switch countries. It's just you get more expensive. The Euro Woodstar or Turbo Star, whatever that is, doesn't sound very cheap. It sounds really, really expensive train. Remental dating. I should have bought the ticket to Exeter in the first place. I just made a mistake. I didn't consider that it might take a long time to get to Bristol. I wouldn't mind if I wasn't streaming. The fact that I'm streaming, kind of, you need to get off somewhere, I think. You know, this train makes a lot of little stops though. It's kind of slow. No, I haven't Googled anybody. I don't really Google people, so I didn't even think to Google him. It's you guys doing that. Ticket office might be closed. I'll ask them if they're open, but I'll just say I didn't change my mind to wanting to get off of Exeter. Sorry, or like a credit trip. Hey, Bradley and chat, big ups, man. Why is there not much to do in Exeter except for eat? Hey, Mark Diesel, 5 British pounds. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for the 5 quid. Cheers. There's a Witherspoons by the train station. I think I'll go to Witherspoons. There should be some content. Because you guys are going to order a bunch of stuff. Probably.
The next stop in a few moments is Exeter St David. If you're leaving the train at Exeter, please make sure you have all your belongings. So take a moment to look around. If you're leaving the station, please get your tickets ready.
Alright, we're in, I think we'll just get off here. Like, it's not a big, maybe a 20-pound loss. But I would just sit on the train if I wasn't streaming. But it's kind of like boring the hell out of you guys. So. Hey, big ups, Mark. Thank you very much. 12 plus hours, maybe.
Exeter St David is your next stop. Thank you. Have a good evening.
By the way, I bought some new shoes if you hadn't seen. Bought those in Bodmin. I had a 9.5 hour stream. Anything 8 hours plus is a marathon. I think I've had a couple already. This is the longest so far. I'll take a moment to look around. Good idea. I think we got everything. Okay, we're in the capital of Devon. Which is the neighboring province to Cornwall. It's quite like a pretty busy station. Looks like it's cold. Oh, okay, there. I got it. Okay guys, welcome to the by far biggest city I've been to in the UK. Because I've only been to Newquay is the biggest, that's only 20,000 people. No big cities in Cornwall. Okay, we made it to yeah, Exeter. Dude, we got a big pole to wait here. Let's check it out. That doesn't seem to work. All right, here we go, guys. There's a Witherspoons nearby. Maybe I'll go straight to the Witherspoons. I already feel chill.
Going straight on 3B. That's what here.
Way out. Let's see here. Looks like the internet's working for the moment. How many people are in the chat? Because my chat numbers are all broken. Frankie's Taxis. Okay, 159, that sounds right. Yeah, my chat numbers are all broken. It says 4 to me. 4 people in the chat and the time is frozen. See, the way out is this way. I gotta get my card. I'm gonna ask this guy if I can get a... Ask the conductor a question here.
Great Western Railway operates a penalty fare scheme from this station. Please ensure that purchases are before. More information can be found at gw.com/revenue protection.
Yeah, I got off early. Is that all right? Instead of Bristol?
Yeah, sure.
Can I get like a credit or voucher for future travel, or it's just...
No, because it's only today. If it was a return, you could use it
okay,
for a month, but
I see, yeah.
unless you want to use it for the rest of the day, it's useless.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
All right.
All right. Cheers.
Go for it, but I got it for you.
All right. That's not a big loss, but yeah. I kind of wanted to come here anyways and check it out. Oh man, it's cold. It's colder here. Cornwall was like warm. See, everybody's bundled up. So shit, it's cold. I gotta get my hat on. I'm not prepared for this weather. All right, let's head to. What we're gonna do is go to Witherspoons, I think, right off the bat. We're in the capital of Devon here. The name of the city is called Exeter. I gotta check Google Maps. I don't know. I have no idea where I'm at. Get pointed in the right direction. Let me check Google Maps. I think we have an inn over here. I'm gonna go ask him how much is the price, and go get maybe get a hotel straight now. I can take a shower in there, and then I go outside. Yep. Yeah, it's a bit colder. I think if I'm gonna be hanging out in the northern part of England, I'm gonna have to get like maybe invest in some warm weather gear, which I kind of need anyways, because even back in America, I don't really have any clothes. So I buy like maybe a sweatshirt or something. I think this fleece is not going to be enough. This fleece and this shirt here, that's all I got. Maybe buy like one more shirt and maybe another pair of pants. Like the in Port Isaac, like they wanted like anywhere from like 96 to 150 pounds for that hotel online, but they're only charging 80 in person. So. Man, UK is an interesting place. I like it. It's just different for Americans. Hey, how's it going? Do you?
And it depends how far in advance you book it. If you ever want to stay with in any family room, book it as far in advance as you can, because that will be the cheapest.
I see. Okay. All right. Thanks. Man, it's fully booked. All right, let's go to Witherspoon's. Yeah, the thing is, we don't really know much about the UK. Like most of what we know, because there's not a lot of movies. There are TV shows, but they're for a British audience. Most Americans don't watch British TV shows. And like, you know, there's stuff like Sherlock Holmes, but that's set back like in the 19th century. You know, some books like it's just all kind of like a mystery to us. And then you actually hear it's kind of like, oh, this is pretty interesting because you know it's all English. It's not like a lot of countries, like I said before, where you really have no idea what's going on. You know, here you understand everything because it's the same language. Damn, I don't know what's happening to my phone. All kind of issues. I gotta fix my. I gotta plug in my power bank. I'm down to 20% battery. I gotta fix some stuff here. It's cold. I probably should get a hotel if I go Witherspoon's. The thing with Witherspoon's is I'm not really gonna be drinking. Maybe I'll have a non-alcoholic beer, but I imagine maybe people from the UK wouldn't feel the same about America because I think they get inundated with American popular culture, you know, music and movies. So maybe it wouldn't feel strange to them. It feels strange in a good way, like. It's interesting. It's not strange in a bad way. Oh, damn, I keep losing the internet, man. It keeps like popping out every 2 minutes. I gotta keep resetting. I have to reset the stream or start a new stream. Gurkha Salute, Nepalese and Indian cuisine. All right, so I think I go up here to the right and there's a Witherspoon's. I gotta go, the Gurkhas. It's not a word you'd see in America. I don't think we know. I only vaguely know what it means. I think there were like soldiers in the British Army from India when it was still. They were pretty tough dudes from India and Nepal when it was part of the British Empire. Anybody know what a Gurkha means? Okay, we gotta walk on some back street to get to, we gotta walk this hill here to get to Witherspoons. Yeah, cut through this little parkway here. Yeah, it's pretty cold here. I got shorts on still from corn. Hey guys, I'm gonna restart the stream. It's really annoying. The internet keeps going out. I have to keep resetting it, so I'm gonna restart the stream, and I'm gonna go live like in 2 minutes. Let me just close this and try starting over. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Look for the new stream.